What if the very essence of freedom lay in the shadows of the forest, waiting for a goddess to reclaim it? As the moon hung low, casting silvery beams through the ancient trees, a palpable tension rippled through the air, thick with the scent of pine and the whispers of secrets long buried. Artemis, the untouchable huntress, poised with her bow, felt the weight of destiny spilling into the night like a barely contained storm. Every hunter knew the rules: silence, patience, and a heart that beat in tune with nature. But what happens when the hunt is for more than mere survival? In the distance, a faint rustling, a disturbance in the rhythm of the woods, sent a shiver down her spine. She wasn't alone. Shadows moved with purpose, silhouettes of figures whose intentions were as murky as the depths of a forgotten well. The stories told of Artemis spoke of strength and purity. But what of the darkness that nipped at her heels? The ancients had whispered warnings of a lurking betrayal, a pact woven in blood and deceit that threatened to shatter the very fabric of her domain. With each breath, the forest held its collective breath, as if aware that something monumental was unfolding. A distant howl echoed, a lament of the wild, signaling that the hunt was on. And this time, the game wasn't the usual quarry, it was power itself, a force that could sway gods and men alike. Artemis tightened her grip on the bowstring, heart pounding not with fear, but with a fierce resolve. She had been cast as the protector, the guardian of the innocent, yet the huntress sensed a storm gathering, one that would force her to confront not only her enemies, but also the shadows lurking within herself. As she moved with the fluid grace of a wolf, the moonlight illuminating her path, the weight of impending choices pressed against her chest. Each step was a reminder that the story of Artemis was not just one of glory, it was a tale laced with peril. Who would dare challenge the goddess who roamed the wilds? The answer waited in the darkness. Waiting, watching, and plotting, her breath mingled with the crisp autumn air as a sudden rustle erupted beside her. A flash of silver fur, an omen of chaos, darted past. The creatures of the forest were restless. They sensed the shift in power, the trembling anticipation of an impending clash. An ancient prophecy whispered among trees, hinting at alliances forged in desperation and rivalries ignited by jealousy. Tonight, the hunt was intertwined with fate, and Artemis stood at the precipice of a reckoning. Was she truly untouchable, or were the very forces she fought to protect conspiring against her? The answer lay ahead, cloaked in shadows and shimmering with the promise of both triumph and tragedy. As the winds howled a warning, the huntress felt the inexorable pull of destiny. The night was alive with the echoes of what was to come, and soon everything she held dear would be put to the ultimate test. The time for action was near, and the stakes had never been higher. In a world where the weave of destiny often tangled with the whims of gods, a thunderstorm brewed over the island of Delos. Lightning flickered across the sky as if the heavens themselves were wrestling with the emotions of the earth below. It was here, amidst this tempest, that the story of Artemis began, a tale not just of birth, but of fierce determination and an unyielding spirit. Leto, a goddess with a heart both tender and fierce, found herself fleeing from the wrath of Hera, the queen of the gods. It was a perilous escape. The winds howled around her like a pack of wolves, each gust a reminder of Hera's jealousy. She had fallen in love with Zeus, the king of the gods, and the resulting union sparked a flame of envy that chased Leto across the skies. With every step she took, Leto felt the weight of the world pressing down on her shoulders, but her resolve burned brighter than any storm. As Leto reached the shores of Delos, her body swelled with the promise of new life. She collapsed on the sandy beach, exhaustion washing over her like a wave. Fear gripped her heart, yet deep within, the flickering flame of hope flickered. Her spirit was strong, but the world was cruel. With every contraction, she whispered prayers to the gods, pleading for a safe passage into motherhood. The air thickened with tension, and the island itself seemed to understand the gravity of the moment. Unbeknownst to Leto, something magical was at play. The island of Delos, a sacred place, was not merely a land of stone and sand. It was a sanctuary for those seeking refuge. As the storm raged on, the winds seemed to carry her cries, resonating through the trees and across the seas. The stars above twinkled more brightly, as if the universe held its breath in anticipation. Then, in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting, the sky cracked open, and light spilled forth like liquid gold. Leto screamed, a sound that mingled with the thunder, and in that moment of agony and ecstasy, Artemis was born, a radiant being, a warrior princess of the wild. She emerged from the shadows of her mother's embrace, and the very air vibrated with her first cries. She was not just a child, she was a force of nature, a fierce protector destined for greatness. But this was no ordinary birth. The goddess of the hunt, of the moon, and of all things untamed, arrived with a purpose knitted into her very essence. As she opened her eyes, the world shifted. Flowers blossomed at her feet, and the air filled with the sweet scent of life. Birds sang in celebration, joining the symphony of thunder, their melodies weaving tales of her glory across the land. In those early moments, Leto cradled her daughter, feeling a rush of fierce love and unbreakable bond. The mother-daughter connection sparked a flame of power that would light the way for generations. But the serenity was short-lived, as echoes of Hera's wrath loomed ever closer. Leto, still vulnerable, found herself glancing nervously toward the horizon, where dark clouds brewed like a pot of jealousy ready to spill over. And then, as if written in the stars, the second child arrived, Apollo, the radiant god of the sun. He came with a flourish, a symbol of balance to his sister's untamed spirit. Together, they shared an inseparable bond, one forged in the fires of struggle and nourished under the watchful eyes of their mother. They would become legends, but first, they would face the darkness that awaited. As word spread of the divine twins, the air thickened with anticipation. Creatures of the woods, spirits of the rivers, and the whispering winds all felt the shift in destiny. Artemis, with her wild hair flowing like a stream, took her first steps into the realm of the wilderness, her heart racing with an instinct to hunt and protect. She admired the creatures that danced through the forest, the deer, the rabbits, the birds, each one a potential companion in her sacred mission. Yet, deep inside her, a fire raged, fueled by the fear of losing her newfound freedom. Hera's jealousy was a looming storm cloud, threatening to snuff out her light. As the days turned into weeks, whispers of vengeance and wrath reverberated through the land. Her heart raced as she realized that she was not only the daughter of Leto, but also a target in a cosmic game of power and jealousy. In that moment, something profound ignited within her. Artemis was not just a girl born of a goddess. She was destined to be a protector, a warrior. She would not cower behind shadows or hide from the fears that nipped at her heels. No, she would rise, a beacon of light in the encroaching darkness. With each passing day, she honed her skills, learning the art of the hunt and the secrets of the moonlit nights. Her hands grew strong, her heart fierce, as she became one with the wilderness. The forests whispered her name, the rivers sang her praises, and the mountains stood as guardians to her spirit. She became a matriarch of the wild, a spirit that danced in the moonlight, embraced by the very essence of nature itself. But Hera, relentless in her vengeance, wasn't finished. She summoned creatures of darkness and strife, sending them to test Artemis. The trials were fierce and unyielding, a tempest that threatened to extinguish the flame of her spirit. Yet, with every challenge, Artemis grew stronger, more determined. Each arrow she released from her bow echoed her resolve, striking true not just to the prey, but to the heart of the goddess who sought her downfall. And so, as the moon waxed and waned, Artemis forged ahead, unbreakable, a symbol of resilience. The winds carried her name far and wide, legends swirling around her like the very stars above. She was a warrior of the night, a beacon of hope for all who roamed the forests. Her heart beat in rhythm with the world, her spirit intertwined with the essence of the wild. Yet, the shadow of Hera loomed ever larger, the tension mounting like a taut bowstring, ready to snap. In the heart of this divine struggle, the story of Artemis was just beginning. The threads of fate were woven tighter, and the dance between light and darkness was far from over. As the winds shifted and the storms brewed, the stage was set for a saga that would echo through the ages, an epic tale of a goddess destined to become legend. The moon hung high above the ancient forest, casting silver beams onto the thick underbrush, where shadows danced like secrets. In that stillness, Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, embodied a chilling beauty. She was a figure of contradictions, a fierce protector of the wild, yet a guardian of innocence. In one moment she stood tall and resolute, bow drawn, ready to defend her realm. In the next, she cradled a fragile child, a silent vow echoing in her heart, a promise to protect those who could not protect themselves. Born to Zeus and Leto, Artemis was a twin sister to Apollo, yet she carved her own path with unwavering determination. The tales whispered in the winds spoke of her swift feet and fiery spirit, a virgin goddess who roamed the woods alongside her loyal nymphs. They reveled in the thrill of the hunt, each arrow shot a testament to her skill and strength. Yet, lurking beneath her fierce exterior was a profound connection to motherhood, a bond that weighed heavy in her heart. On one particular night, Artemis found herself by a moonlit lake, the tranquility almost deceptive. A sense of longing filled her, a yearning for something beyond the chase and thrill of the hunt. She had vowed to remain untouched, to save her essence for herself, but the ache for connection was undeniable. As she gazed into the still waters, she saw not just her own reflection, but the countless lives she had saved. Children abandoned, lost in the shadows of the world. Each face flickered across the water like a memory, and in that moment, she felt the weight of her choices. The stories of Artemis's nursing of orphans spread like wildfire through the villages. Mothers would tell their children of the goddess who walked among them, guiding lost souls and protecting the innocent. They spoke of the time she saved a child from a ravenous wolf, a tale woven with both terror and awe. The villagers would gather around fires, recounting how Artemis had drawn her bow with a precision that seemed almost divine. Each arrow forged not just from wood and steel, but from the very essence of her being. But with every life she saved, the echo of her vow to remain a virgin grew louder. The duality of her existence was palpable. She was a protector, a hunter, a guardian of the wild, yet there lingered an unspoken ache, a desire to nurture, to cradle life in her arms. This longing would not be silenced. It nestled within her like a shadow, elusive and haunting. The moon, a silent witness to her turmoil, illuminated the path to a fateful encounter. A fleeting rustle in the bushes pulled Artemis from her reverie. She turned, instinct sharp, ready to unleash a volley of arrows against any foe. But as she stepped closer, she found not a threat, but a tiny creature, a fawn, trembling and alone. Its eyes glistened with fear, and in that moment, the barriers around her heart began to crack. She knelt before the fawn, her hands reaching out, coaxing it closer. "Fear not, little one. You are safe here," she whispered, her voice a soothing balm. The fawn, sensing the gentleness in her tone, took a tentative step toward her. Artemis's heart swelled as she felt the warmth of a bond forming, an echo of motherhood that called to her very soul. It was a tender moment, yet it carried the weight of her eternal struggle. How could she be both the fierce warrior and the gentle nurturer? As the days passed, the fawn became a constant companion, weaving into the fabric of Artemis's life. The goddess found solace in their shared moments, running through the woods, basking in the sunlit glades, and whispering secrets to the wind. The fawn became a symbol of all that she could never fully embrace, the act of nurturing, the love that transcends the battlefield. Yet, every joyful day spent together was marred by the shadow of her vow, a reminder that she could never fully belong to one world without sacrificing the other. Then came the fateful night, when the heavens erupted with fury, the skies darkening as storms rolled in. Lightning cracked through the air, an omen of turmoil. While the earth trembled beneath her feet, a sense of urgency gripped Artemis. She raced through the forest, heart pounding, drawn by the cries of a mother in distress. She arrived just in time to see a mother bear, wild and desperate, searching for her lost cubs. The overwhelming instinct to protect surged within Artemis, igniting a fire in her. Yet, as she intervened, turning her bow against the looming threat of a pack of wolves, a stark realization hit her. With every life she saved, there was a piece of her that felt further fragmented. The duality of her essence bore down on her. Was she truly a virgin goddess if her heart yearned for the warmth of motherhood? Each triumphant victory against the darkness only deepened the void within her. In the aftermath of that harrowing night, as calm returned to the forest and the echoes of struggle faded, Artemis found herself standing alone before the moonlit lake once more. The water reflected her turmoil, a mirror to her soul. The fawn stood beside her, its presence a reminder of the love she felt, the life she nurtured. Tears glistened in her eyes, tears for the lives she saved, tears for the love she could not fully claim. With every heartbeat, she felt the chasm within her widen. The wildness of her spirit clamored for freedom, yet the gentle whisper of motherhood called her name. She was both protector and nurturer, a fierce warrior and a tender heart. The world saw her as the goddess of the hunt, a symbol of strength and independence. Yet behind that facade rested a complexity that few could comprehend. As the moonlight shimmered on the water's surface, Artemis whispered a prayer to the night, a plea to reconcile the two halves of her existence. In the quietness of the forest, the wind rustled the leaves, carrying her wishes to the stars. In that moment of vulnerability, she felt the pulse of the universe, alive, endlessly entwined. But before she could grasp the full weight of her revelation, the howls of wolves echoed through the trees once again, piercing the silence like a blade. The call was undeniable, raw and fierce. With a determined heart, Artemis strung her bow once more, a flicker of resolve igniting within her. She was not just a goddess of virginity or a nurturer of life. She was both. And as the shadows of the night began to close in, she chased after the echoes of her duality, ready to face whatever awaited her, balancing on the tightrope of her existence. Each step forward was a declaration, a defiance against the constraints of her identity. The hunt was never just for the prey, it was for the very essence of who she was. In the shimmering light of dawn, the forest came alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle call of morning birds, a symphony that echoed through the sacred groves where Artemis roamed. She, the goddess of the hunt, stood poised with her silver bow, her eyes sharp and fierce, reflecting the untamed spirit of nature. As a light mist curled around her, it whispered secrets of the wild, promising tales of valor and solitude. Yet, beneath her graceful exterior lay a fierce protector of all that was pure and unspoiled, a sentinel who commanded respect from both mortals and gods alike. Artemis, daughter of Zeus and Leto, sister to the luminous Apollo, carved out her unique space among the gods of Olympus. While Apollo basked in the adoration of the sun, bringing light and art to the world, Artemis thrived in the cool, shadowy depths of the woods, where she nurtured the wild and revered the untamed. The contrast between them was stark, yet somehow harmonious. Apollo sang of glory and destiny. Artemis danced with the moonlight, embodying freedom and independence. Her presence in the Olympian pantheon was not just as a mere figurehead, she was a force of nature, a deity imbued with a spirit that inspired both awe and reverence among the other gods. It was said that her very essence was intertwined with the fabric of the earth, an entity that summoned both the Huntress and the Protector. The stories told in hushed tones spoke of her fierce independence, of a goddess who shunned the confines of marriage and worldly ties, choosing instead to roam the forests and mountains, unfettered and wild. In the grand halls of Olympus, where the air crackled with divine energy, whispers of envy and admiration often circled around Artemis. Hera, the queen of the gods, marveled at her strength but also felt a pang of jealousy toward the young goddess who dared to defy traditional roles. Aphrodite, the embodiment of love and beauty, watched Artemis with curiosity, wondering how someone could be so free, so profoundly connected to the natural world, while the other goddesses were often ensnared by the bonds of affection and desire. Artemis's heart beat in rhythm with the wildness she cherished. Her huntress spirit was not just about pursuing prey, it was a celebration of life in all its forms. The animals of the forest, from the swift stag to the shy hare, recognized her as their guardian. Legends spoke of a time when she saved a wounded fawn, cradling it in her arms until its strength returned. The forest, in turn, thrived, a testament to her fierce love for all living beings. Yet, her life was not without its shadows. The tale of Actaeon, a young hunter who stumbled upon her bathing in the solitude of the woods, painted a haunting picture of her wrath. He had admired her beauty, but that admiration turned deadly when Artemis transformed him into a stag, leaving him to be hunted by his own dogs. This was no mere tale of revenge, it was a reminder of her uncompromising nature. the lengths to which she would go to protect her privacy and the sanctity of her domain. While Zeus ruled the skies and Apollo illuminated the world with his sunny disposition, Artemis governed the night, a quiet yet powerful force. She brought the moonlight that bathed the world in silver, casting shadows that danced and flickered, adding an air of mystery to the night. The mortals below looked up to her with awe, offering prayers and sacrifices in hopes of gaining her favor, often leaving offerings of freshly caught game at the foot of her sacred trees. Her relationship with mortals was layered, a complex tapestry of admiration and fear. Hunters revered her, believing she bestowed her blessings upon those who honored her. Yet, they also trembled at the thought of her wrath, should they disrespect the laws of nature. Tales of her exploits spread far and wide, captivating imaginations and echoing through generations. Every story told around the flickering glow of a fire became a tribute to her indomitable spirit, wrapping her in layers of myth and legend that transcended time. Amid the pantheon of gods, Artemis was often called upon in times of crisis. She was the light in the darkness for those lost in the woods, the voice of reason for those torn between their desires and their duties. With her bow at the ready, she was the manifestation of justice, swift and unyielding. Her arrows never missed their mark, and she wielded them with a sense of purpose that could only be described as divine. Underneath the sky, where the stars shared their secrets, Artemis and Apollo would often meet. They were different yet inseparable, sharing a bond that transcended the typical sibling rivalry. Where Apollo brought forth the warmth of the sun and the beauty of art, Artemis brought the coolness of the moon and the beauty of nature's wildness. Together, they represented the balance of life, a duality that echoed through the ages, captivating all who heard their stories. As twilight descended, casting a veil over the world, Artemis stood at the edge of her sanctuary, watching as the night creatures stirred. The air thickened with anticipation, a mounting tension that spoke of ancient battles and timeless stories yet to unfold. She knew that with every dusk, the veil between worlds thinned, and the whispers of the past merged with the present. The forest held its breath, and so did the gods, for the night was alive with possibilities. With a heart as wild as the winds that swept through the trees, Artemis prepared herself. The stars were her allies, and the moon was her guide. Yet, as shadows deepened and mysteries loomed, she felt an undeniable pull, a call that promised to test her strength, her resolve, and her very place within the Olympian pantheon. The lines between hunter and hunted blurred, and the thrill of the unknown ignited a fire within her. Here, beneath the vast starlit sky, her story was far from over. It was merely poised to leap into the next chapter, a dance of fate that awaited her. The night draped itself in a velvet cloak. Stars twinkling like secrets whispered among lovers. Beneath the celestial tapestry, the moon arose, casting a silvery glow that danced across the earth, illuminating the shadows of the ancient forest. In this ethereal light, the figure of Artemis emerged, her presence commanding yet serene, a guardian of the wild and the embodiment of the moon's haunting beauty. There was something magical in the air, an unspeakable connection felt by all who gazed upon her radiant form, a reminder that beneath the surface of the ordinary lay a world woven with myth and mystery. Artemis, the daughter of Zeus, was not just any goddess. She was the lunar goddess, a symbol of purity, independence, and the untamed spirit of nature. Her very essence was intertwined with the moon, whose phases echoed the rhythms of life and death, creation and destruction. As the moon waxed and waned, so too did the stories of women, of hunters, of those who dared to tread in the sacred spaces of the night. Lunar cycles marked the passage of time, guiding the rhythms of the harvest and the tides, shaping the lives of those who relied on the wisdom of nature. In the cool of the night, Artemis roamed the forest, a silver bow slung across her back and a quiver of arrows at her side. She was the protector of the wild, a fierce embodiment of strength and grace. With every step, she breathed life into the shadows, her presence a soft whisper against the rustling leaves. Creatures of the night, foxes, owls, and deer, felt her energy, sensing the safety she bestowed upon them. They moved with a silent reverence, knowing they were in the presence of a goddess who recognized their innate dignity. The moon's light transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary, It cast long shadows and illuminated hidden paths, revealing the beauty of the night. Artemis was often depicted with the crescent moon above her head, a crown of silver that connected her to the celestial forces that governed the world. For the ancients, this symbol represented femininity, intuition, and the cycles of life. Just as the moon ebbed and flowed, so too did the lives of women, whose stories were etched in the fabric of time. As the moon hung high, a soft luminescence enveloped the forest. The cool air thrummed with anticipation, charged with tales of women who defied the odds, warriors, healers, and dreamers who walked the path of Artemis. These women were not merely followers, they were the manifestation of her spirit, imbued with a fierce independence that mirrored the goddess herself. Their stories echoed through the ages, a chorus of voices rising in defiance against the constraints of a world that often sought to silence them. In ancient myths, Artemis embodied the paradox of the moon, a goddess of light who thrived in darkness. She was a protector of the vulnerable, yet a fierce warrior, relentless in her pursuit of justice. Her bow was not just a weapon, it was a symbol of her commitment to safeguarding the innocent. With each arrow released into the night, she struck against the injustices that plagued her realm, standing tall against any who dared to harm those she loved. The moonlight illuminated her path, guiding her in her relentless quest for balance and harmony. The lunar goddess was often accompanied by a retinue of nymphs, each one a reflection of her nurturing spirit. These companions danced under the moon, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves, echoing the joy of freedom and sisterhood. Together they celebrated the beauty of the night, embracing the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the surface. As the moon shifted, so too did their energy, oscillating between playful mischief and solemn reverence, embodying the ever-changing nature of the goddess they served. As the night deepened, a tension crackled in the air. The moon, now full and resplendent, cast a bewitching glow over the forest. Shadows danced, and the world felt alive with possibility. Yet danger lurked in the distance. A group of hunters, emboldened by the light of the moon, ventured into the sacred woods, their intentions tainted by greed. They sought the great stag, a creature revered by Artemis, a symbol of life and vitality. The goddess sensed their approach, a chilling reminder of the delicate balance she fought to protect. In that moment, the forest held its breath. Artemis, fierce and unwavering, stood poised for action. Her heart pounded with the weight of her duty, the moonlight reflecting the determination in her eyes. This was not just a battle for the stag, it was a fight for the very essence of life, for the sanctity of the wild that she cherished. As the hunters drew closer, their laughter echoed through the trees, a stark contrast to the sacred silence that enveloped the night. The goddess felt the pull of the moon, the power coursing through her veins, urging her to rise. She stepped into the clearing, her presence a shimmering beacon against the darkness. The hunters froze, their eyes widening as they beheld the goddess of the hunt, her features illuminated by the silvery glow. In that moment, they understood the gravity of their trespass. Artemis stood not just as a protector of the stag, but as a guardian of all that was wild and free. Her voice rang out, a melodic yet commanding sound that echoed through the trees, wrapping around the hunters like a shroud. "Leave this place," she declared, the moonlight flickering around her, intensifying the aura of power she exuded. "You tread upon sacred ground where every whisper of the wind carries the stories of those who came before. The moon shines for the innocent, for the protectors of the wild. To harm what is sacred is to invite darkness into your heart." The hunters, once emboldened by their numbers, now felt small and frightened. Before the goddess of the night, they stumbled back, their bravado evaporating like mist in the morning sun. The moon hung silently above, a witness to the unfolding drama, its light shimmering with the promise of justice. Artemis, embodying the very essence of the moon, stood resolute, a fierce guardian of the wild. In this moment, the enchanting pull of the moon intertwined with the tensions of the night, a breathtaking dance of light and shadow. The stories of Artemis, the lunar goddess, surged forth like an unstoppable tide, beckoning forth the memories of countless women who had walked the earth before her. Each tale, each heartbeat echoed through the forest, weaving together the bonds of life and death, light and dark. And as the full moon continued to hang heavy in the sky, illuminating the path that stretched ahead, a new chapter awaited. The energies of the night shimmered with possibility, igniting the promise of change, transformation, and the restless spirit of the goddess, who refused to be confined. The sacred dance of the moon had only just begun, and the stories were far from over. The moon hung low, casting silvery beams across a forest, alive with whispers. Shadows danced among the trees, and the air buzzed with the soft rustling of leaves. An eerie silence engulfed the woods, a moment where time seemed suspended. In this enchanted world, where every creature felt the pulse of nature, Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, moved like a breath of wind, swift, silent, and sublime. Clad in a gown of moonlight and armed with her quiver of arrows, she was more than a mere deity. She was the guardian of the wild, the protector of all living beings. The scent of pine and earth filled her senses as Artemis stepped deeper into the heart of her realm. She didn't hunt for sport, she hunted to maintain balance. Every creature, from the tiniest ant to the majestic stag, played a role in the intricate tapestry of life. As she walked, she felt the pulse of the woods, the heartbeat of countless lives intertwined in a fragile dance. Each rustle, each chirp told a story, and she listened intently, her heart resonating with theirs. Artemis understood the delicate nature of her role. In ancient Greece, hunters would often seek her favor before the chase. They would light candles and offer sacrifices, hoping for her blessing. But Artemis was no mere provider of good fortune. She demanded respect for the creatures that roamed her forests. To hurt them for foolish reasons was to invite her wrath. Legends tell of hunters who strayed too far into her territory, only to find themselves transformed into the very beasts they sought to kill. The price for disrespecting the wild was steep, and Artemis ensured that the lesson did not go unlearned. In a secluded glen, the goddess paused, her keen eyes catching a flicker of movement. A fawn, no more than a few weeks old, grazed on tender shoots. Its wide, innocent eyes sparkled with curiosity. In that moment, Artemis felt a surge of fierce protectiveness. She was the vanguard of the vulnerable, and she would do anything to shield the innocent from harm. The forest could be a cruel place, where even the strongest could falter, and the weak could fall prey to the merciless. Not far away, she sensed the presence of a hunter, his intentions filled with greed. He lay in wait, bowstring taut, eyes locked on the fawn. With a sudden rush of adrenaline, Artemis transformed from guardian to avenger. She moved like a shadow, swift and silent, reaching the hunter before he could release his arrow. In a flash of silver, she appeared before him, her ethereal presence causing him to stagger back in shock. "What do you seek?" she demanded, her voice a blend of thunder and melody. The hunter, trembling, could only stammer. The fear in his eyes reflected a realization of the sacred bond that existed between the goddess and the wildlife. Artemis glanced at the fawn, her heart aching for its innocence, and then back at the trembling man. This wasn't just a lesson, it was a reckoning. "Your bow is not for sport," she intoned, her gaze piercing through him. "It is not for the thrill of the chase or the glory of the kill. Respect the wild, and it will provide. Disrespect it, and you shall pay the price." With a flick of her wrist, she released a surge of divine energy. The hunter felt a wave of understanding wash over him, memories of childhood days spent wandering the fields, the laughter shared with friends, the simple joy of life. He dropped his bow, overwhelmed by the weight of his actions, a sudden realization that he had been blinded by ambition. The fawn, sensing the tension dissolve, took a tentative step forward. Artemis knelt, her eyes softening as she reached out to the delicate creature, who nuzzled against her hand. This exchange, humility, forgiveness, and understanding, was the essence of what Artemis represented. She was not just a hunter, she was a protector of life, a mediator between man and nature. As she stood, the forest around her seemed to breathe easier, shadows retreating and light pouring in. Her heart swelled with a fierce love for all the creatures who called this wild haven home. It was a bond deeper than blood, woven through time and space, echoing with the laughter of children and the call of distant mountains. Artemis wasn't merely a guardian, she was the embodiment of nature's fierce spirit, a force to be reckoned with, and a nurturing presence that could ignite the fiercest of passions. In this moment, the hunter's gaze lifted, finding the resolve to turn away from greed. He began to understand that his place was not to dominate, but to coexist. The bond he formed with the wilderness would be far more rewarding than any fleeting victory. Artemis, sensing the shift within him, allowed a flicker of a smile to touch her lips. With a graceful nod, she vanished back into the forest, leaving behind only the soft rustling of leaves as a reminder of her presence. The air crackled with energy and the woods seemed to hum with life, the heartbeat of nature resounding in harmony. In the shadows of the trees, the fawn bounded away, its small legs dancing with newfound freedom. The hunter, filled with a profound sense of purpose, turned his back on the path of destruction he had once sought. Instead, he walked forward, ready to embrace the wild as an ally rather than an adversary. As the moonlight filtered through the branches, casting luminous patterns on the ground, a new chapter unfolded. The forest, once a dangerous place, now pulsed with potential, a sanctuary for all who dared to tread lightly, honoring the delicate balance of life. The legacy of Artemis, the protector of wildlife, continued, echoing through the ages, alive in the hearts of those who understood that every life mattered in the grand design of nature. The moon hung low in the sky, casting silvery beams through the trees, illuminating the glistening dew on the grass. The air was thick with the perfume of wildflowers, and a soft rustle of leaves whispered secrets only the night could know. Beneath this enchanting glow, a band of nymphs danced, their laughter ringing like chimes through the cool night air. Each delicate figure was a testament to nature's beauty, adorned with crowns of blossoms and gowns woven from the very essence of the forest. Their skins sparkled with the light of the stars, and their hair flowed like streams, reflecting the wild essence of the world around them. They were not just companions, they were sisters, bound by an unbreakable thread of love and loyalty. At the center of this ethereal gathering stood Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, her presence commanding yet gentle. She had chosen these nymphs not just for their beauty, but for their spirited hearts and fierce independence. Each nymph was a reflection of her own soul, embodying the wild freedom that Artemis cherished above all. With an archer's grace, she moved among them, her laughter mingling with theirs, creating a melody that echoed through the woods. But the night was charged with tension. A chill swept through the trees, unsettling the leaves. Artemis felt it, a disturbance rippling through the fabric of her sanctuary. Her nymphs, ever attuned to her moods, sensed her unease. Their laughter faded, replaced with a silence that hummed with expectation. "Stay close to me," Artemis commanded softly, her voice like a soothing breeze. The nymphs obeyed instinctively, gathering around her, their eyes wide with a mix of curiosity and concern. They had faced many challenges together, hunters, dire beasts, and the fury of jealous gods. Yet, in the heart of this moment, a shadow loomed larger than any they had faced. As they clasped hands, a bond formed, pulsating with shared strength and trust. Each nymph could feel the heartbeat of the others, a steady rhythm that echoed the pulse of the earth beneath them. In this circle of companionship, they found solace. They knew that together they could face anything, their sisterhood a fortress of unwavering loyalty. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the tranquil night, echoing through the trees. The sound was desperate, filled with sorrow and fear. Artemis's heart raced as she recognized the voice of a fellow huntress, a nymph who had strayed too far from safety. Without a second thought, she dashed into the darkened woods, the nymphs trailing behind her, their spirits ignited by the call for help. They moved like shadows, dodging branches and leaping over rocks, the urgency of the moment surging through them. The woods, once a place of joy, now proved treacherous as they ventured deeper into the unknown. Shadows danced around them, and the wind carried whispers that felt like warnings, but the bond of sisterhood kept them grounded. As they reached a clearing, their eyes widened at the sight before them. A creature, monstrous and twisted, loomed over the nymph who had called out. Its eyes burned with a feral hunger, and its teeth gleamed like daggers in the moonlight. Fear gripped the nymphs, but Artemis stood firm, her heart pounding with a fierce resolve. "We will not let fear guide us," she declared, her voice steady. "Together we stand." With that, the nymphs surged forward, inspired by their goddess. They formed a protective circle around the fallen nymph, their voices rising in a powerful chant that resonated with the earth itself. The creature recoiled, confused by the sudden unity and strength. emanating from the group. Artemis, drawing her bow with fluid grace, aimed directly at the beast's heart. Yet, even as the tension escalated, a flicker of doubt brushed against her spirit. Would their bond be strong enough to conquer this darkness? The nymphs, sensing her hesitation, reached out, their fingers brushing against her arms. "We are with you," they whispered, their voices intertwining with the rustling leaves. At that moment, a wave of warmth surged through Artemis. The love of her nymphs was a balm for her fear, igniting a flame of courage within her. She shot her arrow, and it flew like a bolt of lightning, striking true. The creature howled in agony, its form writhing as it dissolved into the very shadows from which it came. The clearing fell silent, the oppressive weight lifting like a fog, dissipating in the light of dawn. The fallen nymph was helped to her feet, her eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. "You saved me," she breathed, her voice trembling with emotion. Artemis turned, her gaze sweeping over her beloved companions, each one a pillar of strength and light. In that moment of triumph, their bond felt unbreakable. Forged in the fires of adversity and love, they embraced, their laughter breaking the silence, reverberating through the woods like a sweet symphony. But as dawn began to break, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, a lingering shadow of unease settled over Artemis. The darkness they had faced was not an isolated threat. It was a reminder that their sanctuary could be infiltrated, that dangers lurked even in the heart of their beloved woods. The nymphs, sensing her thoughts, gathered close again, their spirits entwined with hers. "We will protect our home," they vowed, their voices fierce and unwavering. Sisterhood was not just a bond, it was a promise, a commitment to stand guard over what they held dear. As the sun rose, casting a golden light upon the forest, the world felt renewed yet different. They had faced darkness together, and in doing so, had discovered a deeper layer of their companionship. It was a layer woven with shared courage and resilience, a tapestry rich with the emotions that defined their existence. Yet there was more to come, more trials that would test their sisterhood and the strength of their spirits. As they prepared to leave the clearing, a sense of foreboding lingered in the air, reminding them that the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. With hearts entwined, they ventured forward, ready to face whatever awaited them together. In a time long ago, when the whisper of leaves was an echo of the divine, the sacred grove stood in serene majesty. Here, the air shimmered with an otherworldly energy, a delicate dance of sunlight filtering through the thick canopy of ancient trees. The ground beneath was a rich carpet of moss and wildflowers, each step a soft caress against the earth, as if nature itself was urging visitors to tread lightly. This was not just any grove, it was the sacred sanctuary of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, wilderness, and protector of women and children. As villagers approached the grove, their hearts beat with a mix of reverence and excitement. The faint sound of a distant hymn echoed through the trees, a melody that stirred the soul and beckoned the faithful to enter. It was said that within this sacred space, the goddess herself watched over her followers. Her presence felt even if unseen. People came from far and wide, drawn by the promise of blessings and the solace found in her embrace. Each individual carried their hopes and dreams, tears of joy and sorrow, ready to lay them at the feet of the goddess. The grove was home to magnificent temples, built with an artistry that spoke of devotion and craftsmanship. Stone columns, weathered yet proud, reached for the heavens, their surfaces adorned with intricate carvings of beasts and hunters, capturing the essence of Artemis's world. The Temple of Artemis at Ephesus was among the most renowned, hailed as one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Its grandeur inspired awe, a fitting tribute to the goddess who protected both the wild and the vulnerable. Every spring, when the nights grew warm, the grove became a canvas for vibrant festival celebrations. The people gathered in throngs, their faces painted with excitement, their laughter resonating like music through the trees. Flames danced in braziers, illuminating the twilight, while the scent of roasted meats and sweet cakes wafted through the air. Dancers adorned in flowing garments twirled and leaped, their movements a tribute to the goddess, invoking her spirit to join their revelry. All around, offerings of flowers and fruits were laid down, a feast for Artemis, who was said to roam among them, unseen yet felt in every heart. Worshippers recited prayers in hushed tones, their voices rising like smoke from the sacred fires. Each prayer was a thread woven into the fabric of hope, connecting the people to their goddess. Some would come with heavy hearts, seeking healing from old wounds. Others, filled with joy, thanked Artemis for the blessings bestowed upon their families. The air thrummed with emotion, carrying with it the stories of countless lives intertwined with the goddess's will. As dusk fell, the grove transformed into a mystical realm, where shadows danced playfully between the trees. The flickering light cast enchanting shapes, creating an atmosphere thick with anticipation. Suddenly, the drums began to beat, a powerful rhythm that resonated deep within the chest. The heartbeat of the grove pulsed with life, drawing in every soul present. The worshippers formed a circle, their arms raised to the sky, calling upon Artemis to witness their devotion. In this sacred space, something remarkable happened. The flowers, which until now had merely adorned the ground, began to bloom in a dazzling display of colors, as if responding to the energy of the ceremonies. The air was electric. Every breath taken was a gasp of wonder. It was said that in moments like these, Artemis walked among them, invisible yet palpable, her spirit a gentle breeze that brushed against the skin, sending shivers of exhilaration throughout the gathering. Yet, amid the celebration, tales of the goddess's wrath lingered in hushed whispers, a reminder of the duality of her nature. For Artemis was not just a nurturer, she was a fierce protector of her domain. Any who disrespected her sacred grove faced her fury, and stories of those unfortunate souls sent a ripple of fear through the crowd. Agamemnon, the proud king, once dared to boast of his hunting skills, claiming superiority over the goddess. His arrogance brought down a curse upon him, a warning forever etched in the memory of the people. His shameful tale served as a constant reminder to tread lightly in her sanctuary. As the night deepened, the rituals intensified. Priestesses, clad in robes of white, emerged from the shadows, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of moonlight. They moved as if in a trance, calling upon the goddess with songs that resonated through the grove, weaving spells of protection and prosperity for the community. The worshippers stood entranced, their eyes glistening with tears, their hearts swelling with longing. Each note echoed their deepest desires, merging with the night air, reaching out to the heavens in a plea for connection. As the drums thundered, the grove itself seemed to respond, the trees swaying mysteriously as if swayed by an unseen force. For those who believed, this was not just a festival, it was a communion with the divine. The line between the mortal and the divine blurred, and hearts beat in unison with the rhythm of nature. In these moments, time lost its meaning, and the cares of the world melted away, leaving only pure devotion and the understanding that they were part of something far greater than themselves. Suddenly, a piercing howl echoed through the grove, silencing the crowd, a sound that sent chills down their spines. The atmosphere shifted, the air thick with tension. A fierce deer leaped into the clearing, its eyes wide and wild, as if it had sensed the presence of Artemis among the worshippers. The people gasped, caught between fear and awe, for they knew this creature was sacred, a direct link to the goddess herself. The deer paused, its breath visible in the cool night air, and for a heartbeat, the grove held its breath. What did this omen mean? Was it a blessing or a warning? The worshippers exchanged nervous glances, their hearts pounding in their chests. The fervor of their prayers was palpable, a desperate call to the goddess to guide them through the uncertainty that had suddenly enveloped their sacred space. The world seemed to hold its breath, teetering on the edge of revelation, hinting at the twist of fate that might soon unfold in the sacred grove of Artemis. In the cool shade of the ancient groves, whispers of the past echo like a haunting melody. A young girl, her hair wild and unkempt, runs swiftly through the trees. Her laughter dances with the rustling leaves, a joyous sound reverberating in the air. She is not merely playing, she is channeling the spirit of Artemis, the goddess who embodies freedom, strength, and the untamed wild. Artemis was more than a deity in ancient Greece. She was a force of nature, a protector of women and children, a fierce hunter who roamed the forests with grace and power. The people revered her, and in turn, she shaped their lives, guiding them with her unwavering presence. Festivals were held in her honor, where the very air buzzed with excitement, the streets filled with the scent of fresh flowers, and the sound of jubilant songs filled the atmosphere. Young girls danced in her name, their movements reflecting the fluidity of the streams and the rustle of the leaves, each step a tribute to the goddess who watched over them. In the bustling city of Ephesus stood one of the grandest temples dedicated to Artemis. It was a monumental structure, awe-inspiring in its scale and beauty. Marble columns stretched toward the heavens, adorned with intricate carvings, depicting both the goddess and the animals she loved. Pilgrims traveled from distant lands, their hearts brimming with hope and faith, seeking her blessing. They came to pray, to offer sacrifices, and to immerse themselves in the stories that surrounded her divine figure. Amidst the fervor of worship, tales were spun of her strength. Artemis was known to fiercely protect her followers, punishing those who dared to defy her will. One such tale spoke of a hunter who boasted he could outshine her in the wilderness. In her wrath, she transformed him into a stag, and as he fled in fear, his own hounds turned against him, driven by the instincts she had given them. The moral was clear: to challenge Artemis was to invite doom, a lesson etched into the hearts of all who heard it. But it wasn't just fear that Artemis inspired. She was a source of empowerment. Young girls found in her a role model, someone who championed their independence and strength. In a society that often sought to constrain women, she stood as a beacon of possibility. They would dress as hunters, wearing tunics that echoed her attire, and in those moments, they were transformed into the embodiment of her spirit, fierce, courageous, and unstoppable. As the moon rose high, casting silver beams across the land, Artemis presided over the night. She was not only a goddess of the hunt, but also of the moon, a guardian of the night creatures who roamed the shadows. The stories told around campfires spoke of her gentle side, a nurturing presence who guided lost souls through the darkness. On many nights, the people gazed up at the glowing orb in the sky, believing it was her watchful eye ensuring their safety, her light illuminating their paths. Yet, the stories of Artemis were not solely about power and protection. They delved into the very essence of life and death, a cycle that reverberated through the hearts of the ancient Greeks. In one poignant tale, she mourned the loss of her beloved friend, a young girl named Callisto, who had fallen victim to tragedy. The goddess transformed her into a constellation, allowing her to shine forever in the night sky. Underneath this celestial tribute, people found solace, believing that even in death, love and friendship endured, forever twinkling like stars above. Art was deeply influenced by Artemis. Poets and playwrights painted her as a multifaceted figure, one who inspired admiration and fear, love and respect. Her presence loomed large in literature, from the epic tales recounted by bards to the grand performances that filled amphitheaters. The stories spoke of her adventures, her encounters with other gods, and her struggles against those who threatened her realm. In art, she was captured in vibrant frescoes and striking sculptures, her form often depicted in mid-motion, bow drawn, ready to release an arrow. Each brushstroke and chisel mark conveyed her strength, grace, and complex nature. Artists found inspiration in her duality, showcasing her as both a fierce protector and a nurturing guardian, inviting viewers to reflect on their relationship with the natural world around them. As the seasons changed, so did the festivals honoring Artemis. The most renowned was the Brauronia, celebrated in the town of Brauron. Here, girls who reached maturity participated in rituals that echoed ancient traditions. They would mimic the hunting of wild animals and present offerings to the goddess, seeking her approval as they transitioned into adulthood. This rite of passage was more than a festival. It was a profound acknowledgement of the strength and independence that they would carry into their future lives. The cultural impact of Artemis extended beyond mere worship. It interwove itself into the very fabric of daily life. She influenced laws and customs, guiding the Greeks on how to live harmoniously with nature. Hunters paid homage to her before embarking on their quests, understanding that their success depended on her favor. Farmers too recognized her influence in the fertility of the land, offering their thanks for bountiful harvests. But the relationship with Artemis was not one-sided. In return for her protection and blessings, the Greeks embraced her teachings, learning to respect the wilderness, to understand the balance of life, and to honor their connections with one another and the world around them. In her presence, they found purpose, a reminder that the wild could be both a sanctuary and a challenge, a source of nourishment and danger. The bonds formed through the worship of Artemis created a sense of unity among the people. Communities came together, sharing in the festivals, the laughter, and the stories passed down through generations. They would gather beneath the stars, their hearts alive with emotion and kinship, celebrating not only the goddess, but also the ties that bound them as a society. In the quiet corners of the temples, as flickering flames illuminated the sacred spaces, deep conversations unfolded about the role of women, the importance of nature, and the quest for personal freedom. Through Artemis, they found empowerment, each story a thread woven into a larger tapestry of cultural identity. The goddess stood as a symbol of resilience, a reminder that strength could be found in vulnerability, and that true power lay in honoring both the wild and the nurturing aspects of life. As the night deepened, the rich legacy of Artemis lingered in the air, a powerful reminder of her influence. The young girl, her laughter still echoing in the woods, would one day share these stories, passing down the traditions, the lessons, and the magic of Artemis to new generations. The trees swayed gently, as if in agreement, and the moon shone brightly, casting its silvery glow on the path ahead, an endless journey marked by the footprints of those who revered the goddess. The heartbeat of ancient Greece resonated through time, forever intertwined with the spirit of Artemis. A silent forest breathes under the gaze of the moon, where shadows dance playfully among the trees. It is here, amidst the whispers of the wind, that the legend of Artemis, the huntress and protector of the wild, comes to life. Her presence is like a cool breeze on a sweltering summer day, a sudden rush of exhilaration that leaves both mortals and gods alike breathless. In the Homeric epics, she strides through the narrative like a silver arrow shot across the night sky, her essence both fierce and nurturing. The first touch of her influence is felt in the Iliad, where the clash of warriors ignites the battlefield. Yet it's Artemis who weaves her magic into the tale, guiding the fates of those brave enough to seek her favor. Her delicate yet powerful figure stands in stark contrast to the chaos of war, reminding every soldier of the life that flourishes beyond the bloodshed. As the Achaeans prepare for battle, they murmur her name. To call upon Artemis is to invoke the spirit of the hunt, to seek precision in every strike, and to find clarity amidst confusion. Achilles, the mightiest of the Greeks, knows well the significance of her presence. It's not merely a matter of skill, it's an understanding that the goddess watches over him, a celestial protector, ensuring that he aims true. The tension hangs heavy, thick as mist, for in times of desperation, when spears are raised and hearts race, the slightest nod from her can change the tide of fate. Yet, Artemis is more than just a silent observer on the battlefield. In the enchanting tales spun within the Odyssey, her spirit echoes through the adventures of Odysseus. With every step he takes through treacherous waters and enchanted lands, her influence lingers like the scent of wildflowers in the air. He remembers the stories passed down from the fireside, of the huntress's strength and the way she protects those who honor the wilderness. As he navigates the trials set before him, it's Artemis's spirit that gives him courage, whispering words of wisdom through the rustling leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. Her appearances are often subtle but striking, an arrow glimmering in the moonlight, or a fleeting shadow among the trees. In one moment, she stands resolute as a protector of the innocent. In the next, her wrath is palpable. The tale of Agamemnon unfolds, and a chilling tension wraps around the narrative as he, in a moment of arrogance, dares to slight the goddess. He boasts of hunting prowess, claiming the finest spoils, yet Artemis, slighted and enraged, unleashes her vengeance with a deadly precision that echoes through the ages. An army is brought to its knees as the goddess of the hunt demands respect, reminding all that nature should never be taken for granted. Her presence is not merely to instill fear, but to serve as a reminder of the balance between man and nature, a profound lesson woven through the fabric of the stories. Those who heed the call of the wild and honor her domain are rewarded with bounty, while those who tread carelessly and disrespectfully face her formidable wrath. the emotions of reverence, fear, and admiration ripple through the pages, capturing the essence of a goddess who embodies both creation and destruction. Artemis's influence extends beyond the battlefield and into the hearts of her followers. She becomes a symbol of independence and strength for women, a beacon of hope for those who feel marginalized in a world dominated by powerful men. Young girls whisper her name during moonlit nights, dreaming of her grace and prowess, feeling the pull of her spirit urging them to embrace their own power. The Huntress inspires them to take up bows of their own, to explore the world unfettered, and to carve their destinies with the same unyielding spirit she embodies. As the tales of the Homeric epics continue to unravel, her impact is felt in every corner of life, from the hunt to the hearth. The connection between humans and the natural world deepens through her imagery, a vivid reminder of what it means to respect the wilderness. Each arrow released from her bow, each creature that roams under her watch, becomes a testament to her dominion over life and death. The stories take a more somber turn, with the mention of her twin brother, Apollo, the god of light and prophecy. Their bond is fierce, yet their paths often diverge, creating tension that resonates through the verses. While Apollo embodies the brilliance of the sun, Artemis represents the silver glow of the moon, each illuminating aspects of human experience that echo through time. Their relationship is a dance of contrast, light and dark, life and death, both essential yet distinct. In their interactions, the theme of duality emerges, a dance that captivates the heart. It is through this relationship that one can see the tapestry of life woven together, each thread vital to the whole. In moments of sorrow and joy, Artemis is there, her influence guiding both mortals and immortals alike, reminding them of the interconnectedness of all beings. And so, the tales of Artemis in the Homeric epics continue, weaving through the fabric of human experience, heartbeat by heartbeat. Her spirit resonates not just in the actions of heroes and warriors, but in the quiet moments of reflection, the laughter shared among friends, and the solemnity of loss. She remains a symbol of resilience and strength, a constant reminder that the wild still breathes, waiting for those brave enough to seek its depths. As the forest rustles with life, a new chapter beckons. The tales shift, the emotions shift, and Artemis's presence looms larger than ever. The hunt continues, and with it, the stories, untold and waiting, await those who dare to chase after them, forever entwined with the spirit of the huntress, guiding their steps through the shadows and illuminating the path ahead. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the ancient forest, where shadows danced like whispers among the trees. It was here that the bond between Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, and the fierce Amazons came to life, a connection forged in strength, resilience, and an unwavering spirit. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the earth itself held its breath, waiting for the stories of women who defied the norms of their time. Artemis, often depicted with a bow in hand, was not just a goddess. She was a symbol of independence and power. She roamed the wild, unbound by male expectations, embodying the very essence of nature's fury and grace. Her followers, the Amazons, mirrored this wildness. These warrior women were not simply figures of legend, they were real, their existence chronicled in the annals of history. Fierce as the storms that swept across the mountains, they were skilled in battle, fierce protectors of their tribes, and unwavering champions of freedom. The Amazons, with their striking beauty and unparalleled strength, captured the imaginations of those who spoke of them. They lived on the fringes of civilization, embracing a way of life that was foreign to many, a society where women ruled, fought, and thrived. In this world, they found sanctuary, a place where Artemis's spirit guided them through the challenges of their existence. The goddess was not merely a deity to them, she was a mother, a mentor, and a fierce protector, echoing their desires for autonomy and strength. As stories of the Amazons spread across the lands, their connection with Artemis deepened. They worshipped her in sacred groves, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the songs of birds filled the atmosphere with a joyous melody. The ritual dances performed in homage to Artemis were more than mere acts of devotion. They were powerful expressions of their shared identity. Every arrow shot, every hunt undertaken was a tribute to their patron, solidifying a bond that transcended the physical. It was a connection that wove together the threads of myth and reality. In moments of quiet reflection, the Amazons would gather under the thick canopy of trees, sharing tales of their victories in battle and the lessons learned from nature. They would sit in circles, their voices mingling with the rustle of leaves, speaking of the goddess who roamed the forests with them. Each story painted a picture of shared strength, of women who fought not only against their enemies but against the very definitions of what it meant to be female in a world dominated by men. But the relationship was not without its challenges. As the Amazons grew in reputation, so too did the misconceptions surrounding them. Tales of savage warriors became exaggerated, their fierce spirits often misinterpreted as barbaric. Yet, in the face of misunderstanding, the Amazons stood tall, their hearts echoing the boldness of Artemis. They declared themselves as protectors of their lands, defenders of their way of life, and champions of the goddess who inspired them. The forest had its own stories to tell. It was a place where the cries of the hunt intertwined with the laughter of the women, where the adrenaline of battle met moments of serene connection with the earth. Artemis watched over them. Her presence felt like a gentle breeze on a hot summer day, urging them forward. Each hunt was an act of reverence, each battle a testament to their fierce loyalty to her. The duality of their existence as both nurturers and warriors was a reflection of Artemis herself, a delicate dance between gentleness and ferocity. Tension hung in the air as the Amazons prepared for an impending battle, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the drums that echoed through the trees. They could feel the weight of their connection to Artemis in every heartbeat, every breath. There's a legend that the goddess herself provided them with the strength to fight, her essence flowing through their veins like fire. As they donned their armor and armed themselves with bows and arrows, they whispered prayers to Artemis, invoking her spirit to guide their arrows true and protect them from harm. In the chaos of battle, the connection between Artemis and the Amazons shone bright. With every arrow loosed, they felt the presence of their goddess at their side, guiding their hands and steadying their hearts. They fought not just for themselves, but for the ideals of freedom and strength that Artemis represented. The clash of swords and the thud of arrows punctuated their fierce dance, a celebration of their power as women warriors. Amidst the strife, the forest bore witness to their courage, its ancient trees standing tall, guarding the stories of these fierce women. As the smoke of battle cleared, the Amazons emerged, bruised but unbroken. They gathered in the sacred grove to honor their fallen comrades, their tears mingling with the earth, a testament to their grief and resilience. In those moments of vulnerability, the spirit of Artemis enveloped them, reminding them that they were part of something greater, a legacy that transcended time. Under the moonlight, the Amazons would gather once more, their voices rising in a melodic chant, calling upon Artemis to bless their future endeavors. They danced beneath the stars, each movement a tribute to their lineage, their connection deeply rooted in the land. The forest was alive with the energy of their spirits, as if Artemis herself was rejoicing alongside them. The bond between the goddess and her warriors was a tapestry woven with threads of bravery, heartache, and triumph. Every hunt, every battle, every moment shared in the shadows of the trees was a testament to their unwavering spirit. Together, they forged a path that echoed through history, their legacy intertwined with that of Artemis, a mirror of strength and independence that would inspire generations to come. As the night wore on, the fires crackled, sending sparks into the sky, each one like a wish sent up to the goddess. The connection between Artemis and the Amazons was not merely a tale of the past, it pulsed with life, a living bond that transcended time and space. And in that sacred grove, under the watchful gaze of the stars, they knew they were never alone. The spirit of Artemis was with them, always urging them to embrace their strength, to fight for freedom, and to honor the wildness that dwelled within. The forest stood as a silent guardian, holding tight the secrets of these remarkable women, ready to tell their story, as long as the winds whispered through the leaves. In the cool twilight of a moonlit night, the air crackled with a tension that only those who understood the bond between siblings could sense. Two figures stood atop a rugged mountain, their silhouettes etched against the shimmering sky. One was a striking young woman, her hair a cascade of silver, eyes gleaming like the stars. The other, a tall young man with a confident stance, radiated a warmth that drew the world to him. Artemis and Apollo, the divine twins, were bound not just by blood, but by complexities that twisted like the roots of an ancient tree. Their connection was forged long before birth, in the depths of a time when gods roamed the earth and mortals whispered their names in awe. They were children of Zeus, the king of the gods, and Leto, a gentle goddess, often hidden away from the harsh gaze of the pantheon. From the first flicker of life, a pact was made, one of light and shadow, of sun and moon. They were destined to dance a delicate waltz, each step echoing the struggles and triumphs of their shared existence. As a child, Apollo was the sun personified. He radiated charm, drawing followers and admirers like moths to a flame. His laughter was a melody that filled the air, music that could heal and inspire. Yet beneath that shiny exterior lay a simmering intensity. He was fiercely protective of those he loved, especially of his twin sister. When he stood tall, the world seemed to bow down, but when the shadows grew long, he felt a weight pressing against his chest, an overwhelming urge to shield Artemis from the darkness that lurked just beyond the light. Artemis, on the other hand, was the embodiment of wild freedom. Her spirit danced like the flames of a fire, untamed and vibrant. She roamed the forests, her laughter ringing through the trees, a call to all creatures to join her. But she was no fragile flower. The strength within her was palpable, a force to be reckoned with. Fierce and independent, she often clashed with her brother's desire to protect her. Their dynamic, a blend of rivalry and love, created an electric atmosphere whenever they were together. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, an argument erupted. "You cannot keep me in your shadow." "Apollo," Artemis exclaimed, her voice a chorus of frustration. "I am not a delicate flower that needs your protection." Her eyes blazed, reflecting the fire of her spirit. Apollo, hurt but unwavering, responded, "And I will not stand by and watch you run headfirst into danger. You may think you're invincible, but the world is not as kind as it appears." The tension hung thick between them, each syllable cutting deeper than a sword. In that moment, the air felt so charged, it could shatter into a million pieces. Apollo's heart ached as he watched his sister, the one person who truly understood him, stand defiantly against him. He wanted nothing more than to shield her from pain, from the harsh realities that lay beyond the safety of their bond. Yet he felt the barriers of pride and independence rising between them like an insurmountable wall. As the moon ascended, it cast a silvery glow on Artemis, revealing the vulnerability hidden beneath her fierce exterior. She softened, her fierce spirit dimming just slightly, like the fading embers of a fire. "You want to protect me, I understand that," she whispered, her voice trembling with an emotion that twisted in her chest. "But I need you to trust me as well." Apollo, seeing the truth in her eyes, felt his heart twist. Trust was a fragile thing, especially in their world of gods and men. Yet, he realized that perhaps the greatest act of love was not protection, but faith. The tension began to dissolve, leaving behind an unspoken understanding, an acknowledgement that both of them were shaped by their experiences and that neither was truly alone in their battles. But as the night deepened, a chilling wind swept through the trees, carrying whispers of danger. A monstrous beast threatened the tranquility of the forest, a creature born from the chaos of the world. The siblings instinctively turned toward one another, the unbreakable bond of their connection flaring to life once more. Apollo's heart raced as he looked at Artemis, a rush of emotions flooding through him. "We must face it together," he said, determination igniting within him. Artemis nodded, the spark of resolve sparking in her eyes. She reached for her bow, confidence radiating from her every pore. "Together," she confirmed, a fierce smile breaking through the tension. In that moment, the world faded away. It was just the two of them against whatever darkness awaited. As they raced towards the source of chaos, they became a blur of motion, each step echoing with the bond they shared. Apollo wielded his sunlight, illuminating the path before them, while Artemis moved like a shadow, silent and quick. They were a force of nature, their differences complementing one another, merging into an unstoppable unity. In the heat of battle, emotions surged and the stakes grew higher. Apollo's heart pounded fiercely as he called upon his powers, the warmth of the sun swirling around him. Every arrow Artemis loosed struck true, a testament to her skill and focus, and he couldn't help but marvel at her strength. The beast roared, and in that moment, the fear that had once lingered between them vanished, replaced by the fierce belief that they were unstoppable together. But as the fight raged on, a shadow crept back into Apollo's heart, a fear that echoed like thunder. What if this bond, this deep connection, was a double-edged sword? What if one day their paths diverged, leaving behind only a memory of what once was? He glanced at Artemis, her wild spirit ablaze, and he felt a surge of love and an overwhelming urge to hold on to her tightly, to never let go. Yet, as the monster fell and the moonlight shone down upon them, they both knew that the world was unpredictable. The moment stretched like a taut string, the weight of their emotions palpable in the cool night air. Their lives, woven together by fate and choice, trembled on the edge of what could be, what would be. They were siblings, allies, adversaries all at once, and their journey was far from over. With the last echoes of battle fading into the night, they stood side by side, breathing heavily, knowing that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them as one. The bond between them, forged in fire and shadow, pulsed with a life of its own, a connection that promised to withstand the tests of time and fate. And as they looked at each other, an understanding passed between them, sealing their destinies together. For the night was just beginning, and the world still held its secrets waiting to unfold. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the sprawling woods, where sunlight filtered through the leaves like liquid gold. In a secluded glade, Actaeon, a skilled hunter, reveled in the thrill of the chase. His heart raced, his pulse quickened, and the scent of damp earth and blooming flowers filled the air. But in his zealous pursuit, he was blissfully unaware of the fate that awaited him. On that fateful day, Actaeon stumbled upon a hidden spring, its waters shimmering like precious jewels, a sight that would haunt him forever. The clearing was quiet, save for the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft cooing of doves. He felt drawn to the crystal-clear pool, not by thirst, but by an insatiable curiosity. A siren call that pulled him closer. As he approached, the air shifted, thick with an unspoken tension, and he caught sight of a figure gliding gracefully within the water. It was Diana, the goddess of the hunt, her beauty ethereal and transcendent. Golden hair cascaded around her shoulders, framing a face that radiated both strength and tranquility. She was a vision of purity, surrounded by the serene embrace of nature. In that moment, time seemed to freeze for Actaeon, and the world faded away, leaving only the glimmer of her presence. Yet, in his admiration, he failed to see the danger that lurked in the shadows of his desire. His heart raced, not just from the thrill of the chase, but from a deeper, more primal instinct. The sight of Diana was intoxicating. Her beauty was a lure, and he was ensnared. The world around him blurred, and a sense of awe began to shift into something darker, more insidious. Diana turned, her eyes narrowing as she sensed his presence. They locked gazes, and in that moment, Actaeon felt the weight of her ire. The air crackled with tension as she stood, water cascading off her body, droplets sparkling like diamonds in the fading light. Her expression transformed from serene to fierce, a tempest brewing beneath her calm exterior. The primal instinct of a hunted creature surged through her as she recognized the intruder before her. "Shameless man," she bellowed, her voice echoing through the grove like thunder. "You dare to behold me in my sacred space?" The words struck Actaeon like a physical blow, sending him stumbling backward. Fear gripped him, a chilling sensation that coursed through his veins. He wanted to apologize, to explain that he had meant no harm, but the words died in his throat. In that fleeting moment, Actaeon's fate was sealed. Diana, wrathful and fierce, summoned the power of the gods. With a wave of her hand, the air shimmered like the surface of the water, and reality twisted around him. A painful transformation began, bones cracking and reshaping, muscles tightening and shifting. He was trapped in a whirlwind of confusion and agony, surrounded by an overwhelming darkness that spiraled within him. His screams echoed through the trees, but no one would hear them. The hunter was becoming the hunted. Fur sprouted from his skin, his limbs stretched, and his senses heightened in a way he had never known. He would no longer wield the spear. Instead, he felt the cool earth under paw, the scent of leaves and loam flooding his nostrils. Before he could comprehend the full weight of his metamorphosis, Actaeon found himself transformed into a magnificent stag, majestic yet filled with terror. He stood trembling at the edge of the spring, his heart pounding loudly in his new chest. Panic surged through him. He was acutely aware of the vulnerability that now defined him. What had been a thrilling chase was now a desperate flight. In this new form, he could only comprehend the world through instinct, and as if the forest itself conspired against him, he felt the urge to flee. Diana's laughter rang out, a haunting melody that echoed through the trees. It was a sound of triumph, yet beneath it lay an undercurrent of sorrow. She was a goddess who had been violated, her sanctuary invaded, and she had exacted her retribution. Now, as the last rays of sunlight faded, shadows deepened around Actaeon. He could feel the eyes of the forest upon him, and with each step the weight of his new form pressed hard against his spirit. Soon, he heard the sounds of fellow hunters approaching, their voices filled with excitement. They were his friends, the very ones who had once admired his prowess. But now, as he stood there in the underbrush, he was nothing more than prey, a fragile heartbeat in the vast wilderness, waiting to be hunted. The irony was cruel. They would take him down, not knowing that the majestic creature before them was their lost friend. With every beat of his heart, fear swelled within him. He wanted to cry out, to reveal himself, to plead for mercy. But the stag that he had become could only tremble beneath the darkening sky. The hunters drew closer, their laughter ringing hollow against the backdrop of the gathering night. With every moment, hope slipped further from his grasp. They would not see him as he was. They would only see the prize before them. As the hunters entered the glade, they caught sight of him, their eyes widening in delight. "Look," one cried, "a magnificent stag." In that moment, Actaeon felt the weight of his transformation, the burden of his lost humanity crashing down around him. The thrill of the hunt had become a grim reality, a twisted game he could no longer play. The arrows would fly, and he would be the target, a living testament to the consequences of a fleeting glance. They closed in, their eyes gleaming with the promise of victory, while Actaeon, trapped in a body that was not his own, felt the primal fear that coursed through every creature in the wild. His friends, now his executioners, drew their bows, unaware of the tragedy that had unfolded. In that moment of desperation, as the world spiraled toward an inevitable climax, Actaeon understood the bitter lesson of his fate. What he had once relished as a chase had become a nightmare, woven into the very fabric of his existence. And as the arrows took flight, the skies darkened, shadows cloaked the trees, and every heartbeat echoed the truth. Transformation had its consequences, and the price of desire was steep. In the cold, star-studded sky, Orion's figure loomed large, a silent guardian etched in the heavens. His belt, 3 perfect stars, gleamed with a brilliance that belied the tragedy woven into his tale. A hunter, a lover, a man whose fate was sealed in a dance of love, loss, and revenge. The night held its breath, and so did the world, as the whispers of a forgotten myth began to unfurl. Orion, the mighty hunter, strode across the land with the assurance of a man who knew his strength. But beneath that confidence lay an ache, a yearning for a love that would transcend even the darkest of nights. His heart belonged to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, whose beauty rivaled the moon itself. Together they roamed the forests, their laughter echoing through the trees, each moment a brushstroke on the canvas of their shared existence. However, the whispers of the fates were never kind. As the seasons turned, a shadow crept into their paradise. It began with jealousy, a green-eyed monster lurking in the heart of Apollo, Artemis's twin brother. He watched, seething, as Orion grew closer to his sister. The bond they shared, pure and untainted, ignited a fire within Apollo that threatened to consume them all. Would a brother sacrifice his kin for love? The answer lay hidden in the darkness of his heart. One fateful day, as Orion hunted in the fields, he encountered a fierce scorpion. It struck without warning, its venomous sting piercing his flesh. But this was no ordinary scorpion. It was sent by Apollo, a cruel instrument of revenge. As Orion fell to the ground, the world blurred around him. The sky dimmed and the stars flickered like dying embers. With each heartbeat, he felt the weight of betrayal, his love for Artemis fading with the sun. From the depths of anguish, a desperate cry escaped his lips, an echo in the emptiness. Artemis, the name hung in the air, a prayer and a lament, pleading for a miracle that would never come. As darkness enveloped him, he saw the flicker of her silhouette at the edge of his fading consciousness. But the distance between them was insurmountable. Artemis, unaware of the treachery that had befallen her lover, felt a knot of unease tighten in her chest. She had been out gathering herbs, the scent of wildflowers mingling with the crisp air, when she felt a sudden chill. The winds whispered warnings, and a sense of foreboding wrapped around her like a shroud. Racing through the forest, she arrived at the scene, her heart pounding like a war drum. But it was too late. Orion lay sprawled in the grass, the life draining from him like a fading star. Tears streamed down Artemis's face, glistening like dew on a petal as she knelt beside him. "No, this cannot be," she cried, her voice a haunting melody of grief. She cradled his head in her lap, feeling the warmth of his body slowly slipping away. In that moment, love turned into a tempest of fury and sorrow. Orion's eyes fluttered open, and for a fleeting moment he smiled, a glimpse of the joy they had shared. "Artemis," he whispered, his voice barely a breath, "I sought only to protect the world, to hunt for those in need." His words faltered, and the light in his eyes dimmed further. "But I failed you." "No, you have not failed. I will not allow this," Artemis screamed, her voice reverberating through the trees, calling upon the gods and their ancient powers. The winds howled in response, a symphony of her anguish. In her desperation, she invoked the power of the moon, her divine essence merging with the fabric of the cosmos. "I will avenge you, my love. I will make the heavens tremble with my wrath." With that vow, a transformation began. Artemis, fueled by heartbreak and fury, took aim at the heavens, her bow taut, an arrow made of starlight ready to fly. She would hunt not just the scorpion, but the very essence of vengeance itself. The sky above darkened, echoing her turmoil, and the stars blinked in fear. Apollo, sensing the impending storm, rushed to his sister. "What have you done?" he bellowed, his face a mask of confusion and guilt. "I did not foresee that you would suffer so. The scorpion was meant to be my warning." But Artemis, lost in the chaos of her grief, would not hear him. The betrayal of a brother cut deeper than any blade. As tensions mounted, the realm of the gods trembled. The echo of their conflict reverberated through the cosmos, a thunderous clash between love and revenge. Artemis unleashed her fury, sending arrows that lit up the night sky, each one a promise to avenge the love that had been ripped from her grasp. The stars watched in silence, their twinkling lights now a witness to the unfolding tragedy. The scorpion, unfazed by the storm of wrath, stood ready, defiant, a creature of darkness. It had done its master's bidding and would not retreat. The battle of fate loomed before them, a collision of raw emotions and primal instincts. Love and loss spiraled into a vortex, shaping the destiny of not just Orion and Artemis, but Apollo too, whose heart now thudded painfully in his chest, torn between loyalty and remorse. As Artemis's arrows soared through the air, the sky lit up with a supernatural glow, illuminating the trees and casting long shadows that danced with her fury. Apollo felt the weight of his actions, the consequences unraveling before him. Would he remain a passive observer, allowing the threads of fate to tear his family apart? In that moment, as if the heavens themselves answered her cries, Orion's spirit flickered in the starlit sky. His silhouette formed among the constellations, reaching out to Artemis, a final whisper of love amid the chaos. "Do not let revenge consume you, my heart. Find peace in the memories we forged." But the words were lost in the wind, trapped within the tempest of emotion. Time hung suspended, and in that breathless moment, the three of them, the hunter, the goddess, and the brother, stood at the edge of a precipice, their fates intertwined like the stars above. The universe awaited their next move, the very fabric of existence trembling with anticipation, as love and loss twisted into a dance of revenge that would echo through eternity. The air crackled with tension, as if the very gods themselves were holding their breath, waiting for the storm to break. On the shores of Aulis, a fleet of ships gathered, their wooden hulls creaking under the weight of ambition and vengeance. The winds whispered secrets of war, a story that would echo through the ages. But beneath this chaos, one figure stood silently, a powerful goddess weaving her influence in ways both subtle and striking. Artemis, the Huntress, the protector of the wild, had a role to play that would shape the fate of heroes and the outcome of a war that would change the world. The flicker of torches illuminated her divine form, radiant and fierce, as she watched the men prepare for battle. A shiver ran down the spines of those who dared to meet her gaze. She was not merely a goddess of the hunt, but a symbol of purity and fierce independence. Her presence was a reminder that the war was not solely a matter for men. The women had their stories, their voices, threaded through the fabric of this conflict. But Artemis was not just an observer. She had her own grievances against Agamemnon, the king who had offended her by killing a sacred stag and boasting of his superiority as a hunter. The goddess felt the sting of betrayal, and with it, the weight of divine wrath. In that moment, she swore vengeance, her heart filled with a desire to teach the proud king a lesson he would never forget. The winds shifted, carrying whispers of her anger to the ears of the warriors. Agamemnon's arrogance would not go unpunished. The goddess would demand a price for the offense against her. As the ships prepared to sail, a chilling realization swept over the assembly. The goddess had the power to bring the winds to a standstill, to leave them stranded and powerless. The air grew thick with uncertainty and fear as the reality of Artemis's influence loomed large. When Agamemnon found himself unable to sail, the news spread like wildfire among the troops. The tension in the camp thickened, palpable, as men grumbled and feared their fate. No one knew how to appease the goddess, whose heart was as wild as the forest she roamed. Then, in a moment of desperation, Agamemnon made a choice that would reverberate through time. A choice to sacrifice his own daughter, Iphigenia, to gain Artemis's favor and secure safe passage to Troy. The news hit the camp like a thunderclap, a grim silence enveloping the warriors. They could not look away from the horrific decision unfolding before them. Iphigenia, innocent and full of life, was to be the pawn in a godly game. The feelings of dread washed over them, an emotion so strong that it felt tangible, a mix of fear, anger, and sorrow that clung to their souls. When the day came, a mixture of hope and despair hung in the air. The young girl, unaware of her fate, arrived at Aulis, beautiful and bright, her spirit unwavering. She trusted her father, and that trust twisted like a dagger in the hearts of those who stood witness. As Agamemnon's resolve faltered, the goddess's presence loomed large, an invisible force that weighed heavily upon the king, forcing his hand. As her life flickered away like a candle in the wind, Iphigenia's scream echoed in the ears of every man present, a haunting reminder of the cost of war. Artemis had not only sought revenge, she had turned the tides of fate. In the moment of her sacrifice, the goddess intervened, whisking Iphigenia away to the land of the divine, transforming her into a priestess, forever tied to the Huntress's realm. The winds, once still, began to blow with newfound fury, lifting the ships from the shores of Aulis and propelling them toward the distant shores of Troy. But as the sails filled, the hearts of the warriors were heavy. They carried with them the weight of a father's betrayal, an innocent life lost, and the knowledge that war is never without its price. The goddess had altered the very course of their lives, and each man would bear his scars, both seen and unseen. Artemis, reveling in her power, watched from the heights of Olympus, the thrill of control coursing through her veins. She was not merely a goddess of vengeance, but also one of protection. Her heart beat for the creatures of the forest and the women who walked the earth. Among the chaos of war, her influence stretched further than anyone had anticipated, and she was prepared to play her hand again. As the Greeks stormed the gates of Troy, her presence wove through the battlefield, guiding the arrows that struck true and ensuring the survival of the innocent on both sides. In the throes of chaos, her watchful eyes saw to it that the cries of women and children were not drowned out by the clamor of steel. She became a guardian of the wild, a fierce protector of all that was sacred, reminding the warriors that their actions rippled through the world far beyond the battlefield. Tension hung thick in the air as the siege of Troy dragged on, filled with moments of heroism and tragedy, love and betrayal. The goddess's influence was felt in every heart, a pulse that quickened in moments of need. The fight for glory and power took on a new meaning as warriors sought to honor the fallen and regain the balance that had been shattered. For every battle cry that rang out, there was a whisper of Artemis, urging the men to remember who they fought for and at what cost. Even in the darkest moments, her spirit lingered, guiding them toward choices that would define their legacies. The tide of the war ebbed and flowed, a relentless rhythm that mirrored the Huntress's relentless spirit. In this theater of war, emotions ran high, and the stakes grew ever greater. Artemis had set the stage, and the players followed her lead, unaware of just how deeply their lives were intertwined with the goddess who had seen it all unfold. Each heartbeat echoed with the cries of Iphigenia, a reminder of sacrifice, of love lost and gained, and the razor's edge that lay between life and death. As the walls of Troy stood tall against the onslaught, the goddess's presence remained a constant, a flickering flame in the hearts of those who fought, guiding them through the darkness. The Huntress had unleashed more than just her wrath. She had ignited a fire within them, a hunger for justice and redemption that would not be easily quenched. Artemis watched, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, knowing that her influence would linger long after the dust settled and the echoes of war faded into memory. Under the silvery glow of the moon, a thin figure stands poised at the edge of a dark forest. The air is charged with anticipation, as if the very trees are holding their breath. This is Artemis, the fierce goddess, known for her unwavering spirit and maternal warmth, a sentinel of innocence amid shadows. The soft whispers of the night seem to carry the hopes and fears of young women and children, those who have felt the sting of danger and the weight of the world pressing upon their small shoulders. In ancient Greece, where myths wandered like the wind, Artemis was revered not just as a huntress, but as a protector of the vulnerable. Her legend was woven into the tapestry of every village, every town, where stories of her fierce determination to shield the innocent echoed among the hills. Parents would tell their children of her silvery arrows not just for hunting, but as instruments of justice, aimed at those who sought to harm the weak. The stories were more than tales, they were lifelines, reminders that there existed a powerful ally watching over them. In the village of Ephesus, a young girl named Callista played near the edge of the woods, her laughter ringing like bells, her innocence wrapped around her like a soft blanket, shielding her from the world's harsh realities. But shadows lurked, as they often do, and whispers of danger slithered through the village like a cold wind. The elders spoke in hushed tones of the bandits who roamed the outskirts, and the fear of losing that light in the eyes of a child cast a long shadow over the hearts of many. Then, on a night thick with tension, the village gathered by the flickering firelight. The air was thick with fear, and the flames danced like spirits lost in despair. As mothers clutched their children tight, the name of Artemis was invoked, a prayer woven with both hope and desperation. They begged for her protection, their voices rising in a chorus that mingled with the crackling of the fire. It was an offering of faith, a plea for the safety of their kin. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air, and the flames flickered wildly, as if responding to their call. In that moment, the darkness seemed to shift, and the presence of Artemis filled the space, the protector of the innocent, ready to defend against the encroaching shadows. Her essence was felt in the very marrow of their bones, wrapping around them like an invisible shield. The stories of her fierce heart and ever-watchful gaze surged through their minds, igniting a flicker of courage among the trembling crowd. Callista too felt a change. The night felt alive with possibility, mingling with the fear that had kept her awake. She whispered a prayer, her small hands clasped tightly, hoping that Artemis was listening. Her innocent heart yearned for safety, and in that moment she felt a connection, a bond that transcended time and space. It was a promise, unbreakable and powerful. As the night deepened, the elders spoke of rituals, of offerings to Artemis that had been passed down through generations. They recounted tales of young women who had found strength in her protection, of fierce heroines who had faced their fears with the goddess at their side. These stories soared through the air, each word a thread weaving the fabric of hope. The women of the village, inspired by the strength of these tales, began to stand a little taller, their spirits rising like the smoke from the fire. Yet, in the stillness of the night, a sudden rustle shattered the calm. The tension coiled tightly in the air, and the villagers held their breath. In the dark, a figure loomed, eyes glinting with malice. The bandit had come, drawn by the scent of fear. In that moment, a primal instinct stirred within the hearts of the villagers. They thought of Artemis, of her strength and her vow to protect the innocent. As the bandit stepped closer, it was not just fear that filled their hearts, but a fierce determination to stand for each other. With the moonlight casting an ethereal glow, Callista's timid voice rose above the chaos, a beacon amid darkness. "Artemis, protect us," she cried, her young heart beating fiercely against the threat. It was a plea filled with hope, a child's unwavering belief in a guardian who would not abandon them in their darkest hour. And then, as if summoned by that innocent cry, the air shifted. A gust of wind swept through the clearing, swirling around the villagers, wrapping them in a protective embrace. The bandit faltered, confusion etched on his face as he tried to shake off the overwhelming presence that enveloped him. The villagers stood united, their hearts echoing the strength of Artemis, their protector. In that moment, the goddess's spirit surged among them, igniting a fire within their souls. With renewed courage, they faced the bandit, eyes aflame with defiance. The tales that had once been stories echoed in their hearts, fueling their resolve. They were not alone. Artemis was with them, her essence coursing through their veins like a wild river. The confrontation was swift. The bandit, taken aback by the unity and spirit of the villagers, turned and fled, the shadows swallowing him whole. As the danger dissipated, a profound silence fell over the clearing. Relief washed over them, and cheers erupted, echoing through the night like a hymn of gratitude. They had faced fear, and in doing so, they had discovered their own strength, a reflection of the goddess who had always been there, guiding them. Callista stood amidst the jubilant villagers, the flickering flames reflecting in her wide, glimmering eyes. She felt the spirit of Artemis wrap around her like a warm embrace, a promise that she was indeed safe. The bond between the goddess and her followers had been solidified that night, a testament to the power of belief and hope. But even as the villagers celebrated, the air hummed with anticipation. Deep in the woods, another story was waiting to unfold, a tale of courage and resilience that would intertwine with their own, echoing through time like a brilliant star streaking across the night sky. The moon remained high, shining brightly, illuminating paths yet to be taken and challenges yet to be faced. The whispers of Artemis danced through the trees, her laughter mingling with the cries of the young and the innocent, forever vigilant, forever a protector. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the ancient city of Ephesus. The air buzzed with anticipation, as cries of joy and laughter echoed from every corner. It was festival time, a sacred moment when the people gathered to honor their beloved goddess, Artemis. As twilight wrapped its fingers around the horizon, the excitement became palpable. Like an electric current coursing through the crowd, torches flickered to life, illuminating the colossal temple dedicated to Artemis, a marvel of marble and stone that stood as a testament to human devotion. People adorned themselves in flowing robes, their faces painted with vibrant colors that reflected the very essence of the goddess, bold and fierce, yet nurturing and protective. Musicians began to play, their melodies weaving stories of old, tales of Artemis, the huntress who roamed the forests and safeguarded the vulnerable. The first day of the festival was marked by a grand procession where priests and priestesses led the way, their hearts beating in rhythm with the thousands of souls who followed. It wasn't just a celebration, it was a calling, a sacred duty to pay homage to the goddess who embodied both the wilderness and the sanctity of life. The faithful carried offerings, fruits, flowers, and small sculptures fashioned from clay, each item infused with a prayer, a hope for blessings in return. As the procession wound through the bustling streets, the aroma of incense rose to the heavens, intertwining with the laughter and chatter below. The crowd swelled, a sea of faces illuminated by the flickering flames of the torches, eyes wide with wonder. The anticipation grew, bubbling over like a well of joy waiting to overflow. Children darted through the throngs, their laughter like music that mingled with the rhythm of drums, setting the stage for the dance that would soon ensue. Evening fell, and the great altar stood ready, adorned with fresh greenery and offerings. The priestesses, clad in white, began to sing hymns that wove through the air like a gentle breeze, carrying the soul's deepest wishes to Artemis. Each note reverberated against the stone walls of the temple, a sound that echoed through the ages, connecting past and present. The people knelt, hearts open, eyes raised towards the stars, that began to twinkle like diamonds scattered across the velvet sky. But the festival was not just about solemn prayers. It was a vibrant celebration of life. The nights were filled with exhilarating games where young men and women showcased their strength and agility, competing in races and wrestling matches. The energy shifted from reverence to spirited rivalry, laughter erupting like fireworks. The cheers of the crowd rang in harmony, a chorus of encouragement that pushed the competitors to their limits. Then came the sacred hunt, a ritual that sent shivers of excitement through everyone present. Gathered under the watchful gaze of Artemis, hunters armed with bows and arrows set off into the wilderness surrounding Ephesus, their hearts pounding with a mixture of adrenaline and respect. This was not merely a contest of skill, it was a tribute to Artemis herself, a chance to prove their dedication to the goddess who protected the wild creatures of the earth. As the night deepened, the competitors returned, their bounty carried high, a symbol of their success and a gesture of gratitude to the goddess. The atmosphere shifted once more, turning from intensity to celebration. The captured game was laid before the altar, and the crowd erupted in cheers, voices intertwining in a joyous cacophony. The night sky, now a tapestry of stars, witnessed the solemn yet joyful act of thanksgiving as the offerings were presented. On the final night, a communal feast brought the entire city together. Tables groaned under the weight of grains, fruits, and roasted meats, each bite infused with the spirit of the festival. Stories flowed as freely as the wine, old tales of Artemis shared among friends and strangers alike. Laughter echoed beneath the stars, a chorus of humanity united in reverence and delight. Then came the moment of reflection, where each participant was invited to share what Artemis meant to them. Voices trembled with emotion, stories spilling forth like rivers of memory, of loved ones healed, of strength found in moments of despair, of the fierce protection the goddess offered to those who sought her. The air thickened with the weight of shared experiences, hearts intertwining in a powerful bond that transcended time and space. As the final notes of music lingered in the air, the festival drew to a close, but the spirit of Artemis was far from extinguished. The festival was not simply an event, it was a lifeline, a reminder that through celebration and ritual, the goddess lived on in the hearts of the people. Each individual carried a piece of her essence, a promise to honor her in their daily lives. The crowd began to disperse slowly, but the energy remained, a gentle hum of vitality that wrapped around them like a warm blanket. The flickering flames of the torches began to fade, but the memories of the night would burn brightly in their hearts for years to come. The story of Artemis continued beyond the festival, woven into the very fabric of their lives, a legacy of love, strength, and protection that would echo through the halls of history. As the stars twinkled in the darkened sky, like the eyes of the goddess watching over her people, the city of Ephesus stood resilient, a testament to the enduring power of faith and celebration. The festival might have ended, but the reverberations of those moments would carry forward, a continuous celebration that never truly ceased, always waiting to burst forth anew. A flickering torch casts a warm glow across a dimly lit room, filled with the whispers of ancient voices. In the shadows, a figure stands poised, her bow taut, eyes fierce with determination. This is Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, protector of the wild, and symbol of unyielding strength. From the earliest days of civilization, artists have been captivated by her spirit, translating her essence into breathtaking forms across the ages. In the earliest known depictions, carved from stone and etched into clay tablets, Artemis emerges as a primordial force. These ancient artifacts, dating back to the Bronze Age, show her not just as a deity, but as a vital part of life itself. The lines are rough, the images simple, yet they pulse with a raw energy that speaks of survival, of a world where nature reigns supreme. Each carving tells of her connection to the earth, her dominion over the wild, and the fierce love she holds for her creatures. The artists, despite their limited tools, managed to capture a hint of the fierce grace that Artemis embodies, leaving a legacy that resonates to this day. As centuries flowed into one another, the Greeks embraced Artemis, molding her into a symbol of youthful vigor and independence. Pottery from the 6th century BCE reveals her in all her glory, often depicted in vibrant colors and intricate patterns. On these vessels, she stands tall, a proud huntress surrounded by animals, with the crescent moon above her head, a constant reminder of her celestial lineage. The emotion of freedom leaps from the painted surfaces, igniting a fire in the viewer's heart. Here, she is not merely a goddess, she is a protector of the vulnerable, a beacon for women seeking strength in a male-dominated society. In the Hellenistic period, the art of sculpture reached new heights, and so did the portrayal of Artemis. Statues of her, carved from the purest marble, dominate the landscape of ancient temples. One such statue, the famed Artemis of Ephesus, is a breathtaking sight, her many-breasted figure reflecting fertility and abundance. This portrayal sends chills down the spine, as it captures the duality of her nature, both nurturing and fierce. The attention to detail is mesmerizing. The folds of her garments seem to flutter in an unseen breeze, and her eyes glimmer with an eternal wisdom that connects the viewer to realms beyond comprehension. With the passage of time, the Roman era brought forth new interpretations. Artists transformed Artemis into a figure of beauty and grace, adorning her with flowing robes and ethereal features. In frescoes and mosaics, she moves with elegance, often accompanied by her loyal companions, the hunting dogs. Each brushstroke captures not just her physical beauty, but the essence of wildness she represents. This was not the fierce huntress of old, but a goddess of love and protectiveness, a nurturer of life, bringing forth a sense of longing and melancholy. The Renaissance rekindled the flame of classical ideals, and the spirit of Artemis surged back into art. Painters like Titian and Botticelli reimagined her in lush landscapes, where she danced in harmony with nature. The vibrant colors, the soft brushwork, and the intimate moments depicted in these works evoke a visceral sense of connection to the earth and the divine. One can almost feel the breeze rustling through the trees, the thrill of the hunt enveloping the air. Artemis is reborn, not only as a warrior but also as a muse, inspiring artists to explore themes of love, loss, and the eternal struggle between civilization and the wild. In the 19th century, as Romanticism took hold, depictions of Artemis transformed once more. Artists infused their works with emotion and drama. The Huntress became a metaphor for the untamed spirit of humanity, embodying both the beauty and danger of nature. Painters like John William Waterhouse presented her in lush, dreamlike settings, often caught in moments of contemplation or fierce action. These paintings pulse with a heartbeat of nature, drawing the viewer into a world where the lines between the goddess and the wilderness blur. The tension is palpable, as one can almost hear the rustle of leaves, feel the thrum of excitement in their own veins. As modern times unfolded, Artemis continued to inspire artists, evolving yet again. The abstract and surreal movements breathed new life into her image. Here she becomes a symbol of empowerment, a representation of the feminine spirit, breaking free from societal confines. Artists like Frida Kahlo and Georgia O'Keeffe infused their own experiences into their interpretations, creating a connection that resonates deeply with contemporary audiences. In their art, Artemis does not simply exist, she thrives, representing resilience, independence, and the unbreakable bond women share with nature. In the current digital age, Artemis finds herself reinterpreted once more in pop culture, from films to graphic novels. The iconic Huntress continues to capture imaginations, her story woven into the fabric of modern narratives. Each portrayal reflects the changing dynamics of society, yet her essence remains unchanged, a symbol of strength, freedom, and deep-rooted connection to the earth. Whether depicted in a vibrant comic or a sleek digital painting, she embodies the same fierce spirit that has captivated millions throughout the ages. This continuous thread of her representation through art is not merely an exploration of an ancient goddess, but a reflection of humanity's evolving relationship with nature, femininity, and strength. The very act of creating her image invokes emotions of longing, power, and the beauty of life itself. As the brush strokes fall upon the canvas or the digital pixels align, the spirit of Artemis lives on, echoing through time and touching the hearts of all who encounter her. The chase is not just about the hunt, it is about understanding the world around us, navigating the wilds of life itself. And just as the sun sets, casting shadows long and deep, the story of Artemis in art intertwines seamlessly with the narratives that seek to explore the very essence of divinity and humanity. The flame of her spirit flickers, inviting those who dare to pursue the mysteries that lie beyond the veil of understanding, where the boundaries between the goddess and the artist blur, creating a tapestry of inspiration that knows no end. The crisp air whistled through the trees, a sound reminiscent of whispers carrying stories of old. An archer stood still, bow taut in her grasp, eyes trained on the distant target. The muscles in her arms coiled with tension, alive with purpose. She was not just aiming for a bullseye, she was reaching deep into the marrow of history, invoking the spirits of those who had wielded the bow and arrow long before her. In that moment, the bow became more than just wood and string. It transformed into a symbol of power, a bridge between the past and present. The bow and arrow, in the hands of skilled warriors, it served as a testament to strength and skill, a tool that shaped battles and empires. Ancient civilizations, from the mighty Assyrians to the fierce Mongol hordes, understood its significance. Each arrow shot was a declaration, a message sent flying through the air filled with intention and ambition. As arrows whizzed past, they carried not only the weight of their crafted tips, but also the hopes and fears of those who drew them. In the lush valleys of the Nile, pharaohs adorned their tombs with images of archers in the throes of battle. These illustrated tales conveyed more than just military prowess. They echoed the divine right to rule, the power bestowed upon the sovereign by the gods. The bow symbolized not only protection, but also the ability to conquer and command respect. The archer became a figure of authority, revered and feared, their silhouette framed against the horizon like a guardian of the land. As time marched on, the bow continued to evolve, reflecting the changing tides of culture and conquest. Among the Native American tribes, the bow was woven into the very fabric of existence. It was a lifeline, providing sustenance and survival. Each crafted bow spoke of careful tradition, passed down through generations like treasured heirlooms. The arrows, fletched with feathers, danced to their own rhythm, guiding hunters through dense woods, ensuring that families would gather around fires, sharing stories and sustenance. In this way, the bow transcended mere weaponry. It became a symbol of community, a conduit of life and connection. But the power of the bow and arrow was not confined to the battlefield or the hunt. It seeped into the spirituality of countless cultures, unlocking doors to the metaphysical. In ancient Greece, the goddess Artemis, armed with her silver bow, represented not only the hunt but also the ferocity of female empowerment. She roamed the forests, a protector of the wild, a fierce embodiment of nature's strength. Her arrows struck not only prey but also the hearts of those who sought to tame the wilderness. In her presence, the bow became a sacred tool, a reminder of balance between humanity and the great unknown. In contrast, the legendary bow of Odysseus served as a poignant reminder of cunning and triumph. The hero's challenge to string the great bow was a test of worthiness, a leap into destiny. As he gripped the bow, the weight of his lineage settled heavily upon his shoulders. It was not merely about physical strength. It was a moment where intellect, resilience, and fate intertwined. The bow held the key to reclaiming his throne, and for Odysseus, it represented the eternal struggle between the known and the unknown, a dance of power that resonated with a universal truth. Across the world, the bow and arrow found a home in the hearts of warriors. The famed English longbowmen, with their astonishing ability to shoot rapid-fire arrows, changed the course of battles during the 100 Years' War. Their wooden bows, seemingly simple, became instruments of revolution. With each arrow released, they reshaped the concept of warfare, balancing the scales of power in ways that resonated through time. The battlefield echoed with the sounds of flight, each twang of bowstring a heartbeat of destiny, every arrow a promise of change. The bow and arrow also held a dark side, a reminder of the pain that power can bring. In the hands of tyrants, the bow was a tool of oppression, a means to strike fear into the hearts of the innocent. The Mongols, fierce and relentless, wielded their bows with such precision that entire civilizations quaked in their wake. The cries of the fallen filled the air, telling tales of loss, conquest, and despair. For every archer who aimed for the stars, there were countless souls caught in the crossfire, reminding the world that power often comes at a grave cost. As the centuries rolled on, the bow found its way into the hands of revolutionaries. The American Revolution saw the bow reimagined, not just as a weapon, but as a symbol of freedom. Those who took up arms against tyranny knew all too well the echoes of history that reverberated in their veins. The bow represented a fight for justice, an assertion of rights that transcended the individual. Each arrow released was a defiance against oppression, a promise that the spirit of resilience would not be easily extinguished. In a world continually torn between love and power, the bow and arrow remained a steadfast emblem of both. Its presence in art, literature, and folklore painted a tapestry that spanned cultures and eras, from Cupid's arrow, igniting flames of love, to the chilling shots fired in the service of war. The bow spoke a language that transcended words. It captured the essence of human experience, the heartache of loss, the thrill of victory, the quiet strength of community, and the deafening silence of solitude. And so, the archer, standing amidst the rustling leaves, drew back her string once more, each heartbeat echoing the weight of history. As the arrow flew, it carried with it the hopes and dreams of countless generations, weaving together a narrative of power, purpose, and connection that would never truly end. That moment, that single breath, encapsulated the legacy of the bow and arrow, a legacy that would flow into the next chapter, urging humanity to continue crafting their own stories, one arrow at a time. In the twilight of ancient Rome, the moon cast a silver glow over the temple built in her honor. Soft whispers of the wind carried secrets through the air, secrets that spoke of a goddess revered, feared, and loved. Diana stood tall in the hearts of the people, a figure of strength and independence, embodying the wildness of the untamed woods and the grace of the night sky. With her bow slung over her shoulder and her hounds at her feet, she was more than a mere deity. She was a symbol of freedom and a protector of women, a presence that sent shivers of awe through all who dared to worship her. As the Romans adopted her from the Greeks, they stripped away some of the complexities of Artemis, but amplified her essence. In their vision, she transformed into a protector of the innocent and a fierce defender of the natural world. The people gathered at her temple, the air thick with the scent of fresh incense and the soft hum of prayers. They spoke her name with reverence, believing that she could hear their hopes and fears, their pleas for safety, in the vast wilderness that surrounded their bustling cities. Among the crowd stood a young girl named Livia, her heart pounding in her chest as she clutched a small carved figure of Diana. The details were simple yet exquisite. The figure captured the essence of the goddess, unyielding yet tender. Livia had come to pray for her mother, who had fallen ill with a fever that no potion could seem to soothe. The stories she had heard of Diana's healing powers danced through her mind like fireflies in the night, lighting her path with hope. It was said that Diana would listen to the cries of her followers, that she would intercede on their behalf if their intentions were pure. As Livia stepped closer to the altar, the flickering candles cast ghostly shadows that seemed to whisper encouragement. She closed her eyes and poured her heart out to the goddess, her voice trembling with emotion. "Lady Diana, please hear me. Protect my mother. Bring her back to me." The weight of her words hung in the air, heavy with desperation. The wind rustled through the trees outside, almost as if the goddess herself were considering the plea, weighing the balance between the earthly and the divine. Across the city, in the bustling forum, men spoke of Diana with a mixture of admiration and fear. They honored her as the Huntress, a powerful force who could bring both bounty and destruction. Soldiers wore amulets bearing her likeness, believing that her blessings would bring them victory in battle. The stories of her exploits were told around flickering fires, how she had chased away the beasts that threatened the flocks, how she had stood watch over the vulnerable, a fierce guardian with her bow drawn tight. But there lay a tension in these stories. Diana was not simply a protector, she was also a figure of vengeance. Tales of her wrath sent chills down the spines of those who dared to cross her or disrespect the wild places she cherished. The echoes of her arrows rained down upon those who would harm the innocent, and in her eyes burned a fierce light that demanded respect. The Romans, ambitious and often ruthless, had learned to tread carefully around her legend, for she was both mother and monster, both nurturing and fierce. Back at the temple, Livia felt a change in the air. The wind picked up, swirling around her as though it were alive, whispering her name. She opened her eyes just in time to see a streak of moonlight break through the clouds, illuminating the statue of Diana before her. The goddess seemed to shimmer, a divine presence reaching out through the veil of time. Livia's breath caught in her throat, the world around her fading, as she felt a pull toward the figure, a connection that transcended the ordinary. In that moment, Livia's heart raced with a mix of fear and exhilaration. Was it possible that Diana was truly listening? A soft rustle came from the bushes nearby, and Livia turned, her pulse quickening. Out from the shadows stepped a majestic stag, its eyes reflecting the moonlight. It stood still, regal and unafraid, and Livia felt a jolt of recognition. The stag was sacred to Diana, a symbol of her dominion over the wild. She could almost hear the whispers of the forest around her, urging her to trust in the goddess's power. As the stag moved closer, Livia felt a warmth envelop her, a flicker of hope igniting within. The tales of Diana's connection to animals flooded her mind, the way she roamed the forests, her laughter echoing through the trees, her strength radiating through the creatures she protected. In that sacred moment, she understood that the goddess was not just a distant figure. She was alive in every heartbeat of nature, in every flicker of light that danced across the water. The people of Rome would later inscribe her stories in marble, capturing her fierceness and grace for all to see. They built grand temples that stood as testaments to her power. Yet, they also knew the consequences of neglecting her spirit. From the shadows of their ambitions, they would see disasters strike when they disrespected the balance she embodied. A shipwreck, a drought, a blight upon their fields. The omens were clear, and the whispers of her wrath echoed through the streets. As the days grew longer and the seasons changed, Livia found herself returning to the temple time and again, each visit deepening her bond with the goddess. She witnessed others coming with their own stories, their own prayers, each encounter a tapestry woven of hope and despair. In the eyes of those who sought her favor, she saw the reflection of her own longing, a desire to connect with something greater, to feel the pulse of the world around them. The stories of Diana spread like wildfire through Rome and beyond, igniting imaginations and hearts alike. But as they sang her praises, they also felt the weight of expectation. To honor the goddess was to embrace the wild, to respect the very essence of life itself. The festivals held in her name became grander, filled with music, dance, and feasting, a celebration of the fierce spirit that coursed through the land. Yet, amid the revelry, the air crackled with tension, a reminder that Diana watched over them, her gaze piercing through the veil of festivities. And so, the legend of Diana grew, entwined with the fates of those who dared to walk the line between reverence and recklessness. Livia felt the pull of her story, her own life woven into the fabric of the goddess's influence. The world around her buzzed with energy, a swirling mix of joy and danger, a testament to the powerful bond between humanity and the divine. The echoes of the Huntress reverberated through Rome, entwining the lives of the faithful within the embrace of her watchful gaze, stirring the depths of their souls as they navigated their own paths under the watchful eye of Diana. In the flickering shadows of ancient temples, a figure cloaked in moonlight glides through the trees, her bow poised and ready, an embodiment of both grace and ferocity. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, dances between worlds, her presence felt in every rustle of leaves and the distant cry of a hidden deer. Yet, like the changing seasons, her story evolves, weaving through the fabric of time and belief, transforming with each whisper of the wind. As centuries turn, the pure, untamed spirit of Artemis begins to shift. No longer just the fiercely independent huntress, she gradually intertwines with the lives of mortals in ways that stir the heart and confound the mind. In the quiet corners of ancient Greece, she becomes a protector of young women, a guardian during their passage into womanhood. Villagers gather in hopeful anticipation, praying for her blessing as girls transition into the tangled web of adulthood, their innocence hanging delicately in the balance. The air thickens with emotion, their laughter mingles with silent prayers, creating a tapestry of hope that pulls at the heartstrings. But in the shadow of her light, there lurks darkness. As she evolves, the goddess's stories weave in tragic threads. One tale tells of Actaeon, the young hunter who stumbles upon Artemis as she bathes in a secluded glade. The moment his eyes meet hers, a flicker of horror dances in the air. She transforms him into a stag, unleashing his own hounds upon him. The haunting echo of betrayal lingers, a chilling reminder of the boundaries that must never be crossed. Those who seek to gaze upon the divine, only to be consumed by their own desires, feel the weight of their fate as they vanish into the woods, their screams swallowed by the night. In this evolving narrative, Artemis becomes more than just a figure of the hunt. She embodies the duality of life, creation and destruction, nurturing and punishing. The very essence of her being reflects the delicate balance of nature, where beauty and brutality coexist. As towns grow and cultures blend, she begins to intertwine with other deities, adapting and morphing, yet never losing her fierce spirit. Stories of her intertwine with those of the moon, creating a celestial dance that enchants and terrifies. The moonlight becomes a symbol of change, softening the edges of her once pure image, while still casting long shadows in the hearts of those who dare to dream. With the rise of the Roman Empire, she is no longer just Artemis. She becomes Diana, the goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the wilderness. The transformation is subtle yet profound. She finds herself in the marble halls of Rome, amidst grand temples and lavish offerings. Worshippers come to her, not just seeking protection, but also for the promise of fertility and abundance. As Diana, she becomes the nurturing mother, her role expanding to embrace the cycles of life that connect all beings. Still, beneath this softer facade, the wildness remains, simmering just below the surface, ready to erupt at any moment. Clutching her bow tightly, she stands as a fierce reminder of the power of nature, a wild spirit entwined with the lives of humans. The stories shift yet again as her myths traverse borders, evolving into new cultures. With every retelling, the light of her moon reflects on the beliefs of different peoples, illuminating their fears and aspirations. Each culture cradles her in its own narrative, spinning tales that deepen her complexity. In the vast tapestry of mythology, she becomes both protector and avenger, a timeless symbol of hope and despair. In the shadow of the Middle Ages, as belief in the old gods wanes, her legacy transforms yet again. She drifts through the pages of history, adapting to the emerging narratives of Christianity. The wild huntress finds herself reflecting the virtues of the Virgin Mary, intertwined in the stories told to the faithful. Yet, even as the sacred and the secular collide, hints of her primal nature remain. In folklore, stories of witches and huntresses emerge, invoking the spirit of the goddess, capturing the imagination of those who long for a glimmer of the old ways. Through the Renaissance, she bursts forth once more, reclaiming her place in human consciousness. Artists render her as a majestic figure, draped in flowing robes, radiant with strength and beauty. Paintings capture her essence, a haunting reminder of what lies beneath the surface of polished marble and gilded frames. In the eyes of these artists, she reflects not only power, but also the fragility of existence. The emotions of longing, solitude, and defiance echo through the strokes of their brushes, allowing her spirit to dance again in the hearts of those who gaze upon her. As the centuries roll on, echoes of Artemis's existence resonate in literature and popular culture. In the modern world, she finds new life in stories that explore the themes of survival, autonomy, and the eternal dance between humanity and nature. Her image transforms, yet the spirit remains unchanged, a fierce protector of the wild, symbolizing independence and resilience. In the hearts of those who feel the call of the wild, her legacy thrives, a reminder that the huntress still walks among us, ever evolving, ever watchful. As the moon rises high, its silver light spilling across the landscape, the spirit of Artemis lingers in the air, a palpable force that connects past and present. Her story is not bound by time or tradition, but rather flows like a river, carving its path through the ages, rich with the emotions of those who have come before and those yet to follow. It is a tale of fierce love and haunting loss, an ever-unfolding narrative that invites all to bear witness to the power of the wild, the sacred, and the eternal Huntress, who watches from the shadows, bow in hand, ready for the next chapter to unfold. In the dim light of a candlelit studio, the air thick with the scent of linseed oil and turpentine, an artist stood poised before a blank canvas. This was Florence in the early 1500s, a city alive with the energy of rebirth, a time when the whispers of ancient gods danced in the minds of those who sought to revive the glories of the past. With each brushstroke, the artist felt an inexplicable pull, a connection to something grander than himself. It was the call of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, who had long been shrouded in the mists of history, waiting to emerge anew. As he painted, he envisioned Artemis not merely as a figure of mythology, but as a powerful symbol of independence and strength, a woman who roamed the wild, fierce and untamed, leading a band of nymphs through the moonlit forests. He felt her spirit surge through his veins, the thrill of her arrows flying true, striking at the heart of a world that had all but forgotten her. Meanwhile, across the city, a group of scholars gathered in the dimly lit corners of a library filled with scrolls and ancient texts. They spoke in hushed tones about the revival of classical ideals, their eyes alight with passion. Among them was a young woman named Isabella, whose heart beat for the stories of the past. She whispered fervently about the need to bring forth the forgotten goddesses, to remind the world of their strength and grace. Isabella had always felt a connection to Artemis. As a child, she would sneak away to the forest, imagining she was the huntress herself, chasing after fleeting shadows and spinning tales of adventure. The other girls in her village played with dolls, but Isabella longed for the wildness of the woods, the thrill of the chase. It was a feeling she had never outgrown, a longing that called to her with each passing day. In the squares of Florence, sculptors chiseled away at marble, their tools striking rhythmically, like the heartbeat of the city. A majestic statue began to take form, a vision of Artemis poised with a bow, her hair flowing like the river Arno. Each chip revealed the beauty of her physique, the determination in her gaze, an embodiment of the strength women were beginning to reclaim in this new age. The sculptor paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling an electric energy in the air. Could it be that the goddess was watching over him, guiding his hands? As word spread of the artist's painting and the sculptor's work, Florentine society stirred. The elite gathered, intrigued and excited by this resurgence of the divine feminine. They felt the pulse of change in the air. Gatherings became more animated, debates more fervent. Men and women alike were inspired by these artistic expressions, fueled by the hope of a new dawn that heralded equality and freedom. They began to speak of Artemis not just as a figure of ancient legend, but as a force that could inspire real change in their lives. But not all were pleased. The echoes of tradition rang loudly for those who clung to the old ways. They grumbled about the audacity of artists and thinkers, fearing a shift that could unseat the established order. In the shadows, dissent simmered and the flames of fear ignited. Would the rebirth of Artemis threaten their way of life? Would the goddess of the hunt lead to liberation or chaos? On a night draped in velvety darkness, Isabella found herself drawn to the woods, the place where her spirit felt most alive. Beneath the canopy of stars, she whispered a prayer to Artemis, longing for guidance as if the goddess herself were listening. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes startled her, and she turned, heart racing, her breath caught in her throat. Out of the shadows, a magnificent deer emerged, its eyes sparkling with intelligence. It paused, as if to acknowledge her presence, and in that moment, the air crackled with magic, and Isabella felt a connection that transcended time. Meanwhile, the artist's painting neared completion. Each layer of color brought forth a vibrancy that seemed to breathe life into the canvas. As he stood back to admire his work, doubts crept in. Had he truly captured the essence of Artemis? He felt the weight of expectation upon him, the pressure to create something that could stir hearts and inspire souls. Just then, a breeze swept through the studio, as if Whispering encouragement, the artist took a deep breath, steadied his hand, and added final strokes that made the figure leap from the canvas, fierce and untamed. In the following days, whispers of the unveiling spread like wildfire. Anticipation crackled in the air, igniting fervor and excitement throughout Florence. The elite found themselves drawn to the promise of something more, a glimpse of a future where women could reclaim their strength, inspired by the goddess who had once ruled the wilderness. The night of the unveiling arrived, and a crowd gathered, their faces illuminated by the glow of torches. They held their breath, eager to witness the transformation of myth into reality. As the curtain fell away, gasps filled the air. The painting radiated power, depicting Artemis in a way that made her seem both regal and relatable. The sculptor's statue stood proud beside it, an embodiment of strength and grace, capturing her essence in stone. The crowd erupted into applause, but amidst the cheers, a sharp tension lingered. Not everyone was pleased with this rebirth. Whispers of dissent flickered through the crowd, like shadows lurking just beyond the light. Among the spectators, Isabella felt the thrill of possibility igniting within her. She understood that Artemis was more than a character from an ancient tale. She was a reflection of every woman striving to break free from the shackles of expectation. Isabella's heart raced as she envisioned a world where women could stand tall, armed with arrows of their own, ready to claim their place in history. The goddess had returned, but it would take more than art to keep her spirit alive. With the echoes of applause still resonating through the air, Isabella made a vow. No longer would she remain in the shadows or play small. The rebirth of Artemis was just the beginning. It called for action, for unity, and for the courage to rise against the old ways. A fire ignited in her heart, urging her to gather the women of Florence to create a movement that would echo through eternity. And as she looked upon the vivid painting of Artemis, an unbreakable bond formed, one that would drive her forward into the unknown, where both risk and reward awaited. In the flickering candlelight, the artist reflected on his creation, each brushstroke now a part of something far greater than himself. Little did he know that the goddess had awakened not only within the canvas, but in the hearts of those who had witnessed her rebirth. As night fell deeper, the shadows danced, whispering secrets of change, hinting at the tumultuous path that lay ahead. The energy crackled, the air thick with anticipation, for the story of Artemis had only just begun. In the flickering shadows of a moonlit forest, the world held its breath as Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, stood poised with her bow, an arrow not yet released. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that sharpens the senses and ignites the spirit. She was both fierce protector and solitary wanderer, a figure of wild independence and untamed beauty. But behind the shimmering facade of power and grace lay the complex fabric of expectations and ideals that society stitched around her. Artemis was a paradox. A virgin goddess, she embodied the untouchable ideal, a symbol of purity that both captivated and terrified. To many, she was the embodiment of female strength, swift and agile, a force of nature who roamed the woods with freedom unmatched. Yet, beneath this fierce exterior, feminist interpretations began to peel back layers, revealing the deeper struggles of womanhood, autonomy, and the relentless quest for identity. Each interpretation whispered tales of both admiration and criticism, echoing through time like the rustling leaves in her sacred groves. The tales of Artemis were not merely stories of invincibility. They were woven with threads of silence, representing the societal expectations placed on women even in the realm of mythology. Historians and feminists alike pondered her role, examining how she became an unyielding figure, revered yet distant. In ancient Greece, women were often confined, their lives dictated by the men around them, yet Artemis stood apart, a shining beacon of rebellion. This contradiction sparked tremors of dissent, as women yearned to emulate her strength but felt shackled by the very ideals she represented. In temples adorned with her likeness, women whispered secrets of their own desires, longing for the freedom that Artemis personified, yet grappling with the weight of societal norms. They saw her as the protector of the vulnerable, standing tall against oppression, yet they also recognized the price of her unattainable perfection. To be like Artemis was to walk a path of solitude, a choice that many women found daunting. It was both empowering and isolating, a reflection of the duality that resided within the hearts of countless women throughout history. The power of Artemis was often synonymous with the pain of separation. She was a guardian of the wild, a figure who chose the wilderness over companionship, evoking sympathy from those who understood the loneliness that came with independence. This resonated deeply within the feminist narratives of her story. They cried out for recognition, not just of her strength, but of her sacrifices. Artemis was a symbol, yes, but she was also a cautionary tale about the costs of defying societal norms. The tragic beauty of her narrative resonated through the ages, intertwining with the struggles of women who sought their own paths in a world that often pushed them aside. As the moon rose higher, illuminating her path, Artemis became a mirror, reflecting the complexities of womanhood. Each feminist interpretation unearthed layers of meaning. She was both an ideal and a warning, a figure of empowerment and of isolation, a guardian who did not escape the weight of expectation. Women felt a visceral connection to her, yet they also understood the sacrifices that came with such an untouchable stature. The essence of Artemis tugged at their hearts, a bittersweet reminder that to embody such strength often meant standing alone. In the echo of Artemis's bowstring, the tensions built like a tightening coil, each interpretation vibrating with unvoiced emotions. Feminist scholars began to question the implications of her virginity. Was it a symbol of autonomy or a restriction on her identity? In a world that valorized her independence, was there room for vulnerability, for connection? These questions spiraled into a whirlwind of discussions, igniting passions and sparking debates that transcended time and culture. Artemis was, after all, a protector of women. Her name was invoked in prayers and rituals, a source of strength for those seeking empowerment. Yet, as layers were peeled away, the discussion shifted. Feminists began to ask, was she truly a figure of liberation, or did her very existence uphold a different kind of oppression? For in her untouchability lies a paradox that echoed the struggles of those who felt compelled to choose between independence and intimacy. The vast wilderness that Artemis inhabited became a symbol of the unexplored territories of womanhood, a place where the rich complexity of emotions found sanctuary. Women found solace in her story, but they also recognized the need for a new narrative, one that embraced the full spectrum of their experiences, revealing the strength found in vulnerability, connection, and love. The feminist interpretations painted a dynamic portrait of Artemis, challenging the notion of the solitary warrior, and instead inviting a communion of shared experiences and collective strength. As the dialogue deepened, the air crackled with a sense of urgency. The discussions around Artemis would not just echo within the chambers of academia, they would ripple through society, igniting the hearts of those who felt marginalized, silenced, or unseen. The goddess who roamed the moonlit forests was not just a myth, but a figure who continued to inspire and provoke thought, a call to arms for women who yearned to reconcile strength with connection, independence with community. In the moments of reflection, one could hear the whispers of the past, urging the present to embrace the complexities of identity. Artemis stood not only as a protector of the wild, but also as a guide for women grappling with their own narratives. The dance between independence and vulnerability unfolded like a delicate tapestry, inviting all to engage in a dialogue that transcended time. And as the moon bathed the forest in silver light, Artemis remained poised, her bow ready to release, symbolizing the untapped potential of every woman who dared to challenge the status quo. The stories, rich with emotion and depth, flowed like a river, endlessly intertwining with the lives of those who sought to understand and embrace their own untouchable ideals. Each interpretation brought them closer to their truths, inspiring them to rise like the goddess herself, to reclaim their narratives and redefine what it meant to be free. In a dimly lit room, shadows flickered against the walls as the fire crackled softly, its warmth wrapping around the figures seated within. A young girl, wide-eyed and curious, turned the pages of an ancient book. Her fingers traced the illustrations of a fierce goddess, Artemis, standing tall with a bow in hand, her wild hair flowing like the winds of the forest. It was in that moment, with the scent of old parchment and the whispers of history dancing around her, that the stories of Artemis came alive, echoes of strength, freedom, and the untamed spirit of nature. Artemis, the daughter of Zeus, was not just a huntress, she was a force of nature. In classic literature, her divine status was clear, but as centuries passed, her essence transformed, adapting to the shifting tides of human emotion and experience. In the works of ancient poets like Homer, she commanded respect and awe, her presence woven into the fabric of mythology. Yet, in modern literature, she evolved, becoming a symbol of resilience and empowerment, offering a mirror to society's struggles and triumphs. In the pages of contemporary novels, Artemis often appears cloaked in the struggles of young women. The fierce independence she embodied in antiquity finds new life in the narratives of protagonists wrestling with their own identities. In these stories, Artemis is not just a distant goddess. She becomes a companion, guiding the reader through the labyrinth of self-discovery. She whispers in the ears of young girls seeking their voices, urging them to stand tall against the challenges life throws their way. One such tale unfolded in a small town where a young girl named Lila felt the weight of expectation pressing down on her like a heavy cloak. She always found solace in the woods, where the vibrant colors of nature painted a stark contrast to the dreary expectations of her life. It was here that Lila found her Artemis, a fierce spirit who ignited a flame within her soul. With every step deeper into the woods, Lila felt her confidence swell. Branches swayed gently, as if welcoming her. The wildlife around her echoed the beat of her heart, pulsating with the rhythm of adventure. In a powerful scene, Lila stood at the edge of a clearing, the moonlight spilling over her like a silver blanket, illuminating her path. She lifted her arms, feeling the cool night air wrap around her, and for a fleeting moment she was Artemis, wild, free, and untamed. The emotions coursed through her, excitement, fear, and an exhilarating sense of possibility. But just as quickly, doubt crept in. Would she ever be enough? Would she ever conquer the demons of self-doubt that haunted her? Across the world, writers were capturing this essence of Artemis, the struggle, the triumph, the raw humanity. In novels that intertwined the mythical and the mundane, Artemis became a metaphor for every woman who dared to defy limitations. Readers saw her in the fierce protagonists battling societal norms, reclaiming their stories, and carving out their identities. It was a dance of resilience, each character echoing Artemis's strength as they faced their battles. In the pages of one gripping narrative, a young woman named Maya, burdened by the weight of familial expectations, discovered an old shrine hidden in the heart of the forest. It was a tribute to Artemis, overgrown but still enchanting. As she knelt before the shrine, she felt a surge of power. The stories that surrounded Artemis, the goddess who nurtured the wild but also protected the vulnerable, began to seep into her very being. Maya realized that she too could embody that strength. She could redefine her fate. The moment was electric, a turning point that resonated through the ages, a reminder that the spirit of Artemis was not confined to ancient texts, but was alive in the hearts of those who dared to dream. Yet, not all depictions were filled with light. In darker tales, Artemis represented the complexities of vengeance and justice, the duality of her nature, the protector of the innocent, and the fierce avenger of wrongs, found new twists in modern storytelling. Characters shaped by trauma, grief, or betrayal often turned to the goddess for guidance, invoking her name as they sought to reclaim their power. The haunting stories of revenge reflected the very human struggles of loss and recovery, allowing readers to confront their own shadows. In one haunting story, a character named Ilara felt the sting of betrayal. Friends turned foes, promises broken like fragile glass. In her darkest hour, she called upon Artemis, not for salvation, but for strength to rise. Each encounter with her inner goddess was fraught with emotion, the tension palpable, as Ilara navigated her path to reclamation. It was a battle not just against her enemies, but against her own fears. The goddess, ever watchful, reminded her that true power often lies in the acceptance of vulnerability. As stories flowed through the pages, it became clear that Artemis was a living tapestry, threads of history intertwined with the present, each narrative adding depth and richness to her legacy. The echoes of her name resounded through time, a constant reminder that the struggles for autonomy, identity, and justice are timeless. With every turn of the page, readers could feel the intensity of her spirit, binding them to her story and urging them to confront their own. In this modern landscape, the essence of Artemis beckoned from every corner, encouraging voices to rise, stories to be told, and hearts to open. The goddess of the hunt and protector of the wild became a beacon of hope, illuminating the paths of countless individuals searching for their own truth. The literary world, vibrant and alive, continued to weave Artemis's narrative into the fabric of contemporary identities. She served as a bridge between the past and present, uniting the timeless struggles of humanity with the unyielding spirit of a goddess who refused to be forgotten. And as the night deepened, the stories continued to spiral, an endless loop of emotion and tension, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to listen. The flames flickered low, but the spirit of Artemis burned brightly, inspiring the next generation to pick up their bows, face their fears, and step into the wild unknown where their own stories awaited yet to be told. In a quiet glade where the silver moonlight danced upon the trees, a woman stood tall, her silhouette cast against the backdrop of ancient whispers. She held a bow, not just a weapon, but a symbol of defiance and strength. This was Artemis, the Greek goddess of the hunt, and her legacy had long since escaped the boundaries of mythology, resonating through the ages, echoing in the cries of modern women who sought to carve out their own paths. The air was thick with the stories of those who had come before, their struggles and triumphs woven together like the strands of a sacred tapestry. Artemis was more than a deity. She was a beacon of individuality and autonomy. Born out of the chaos of a patriarchal society, she embraced her independence, shunning the traditional roles expected of women. Her story began in the heart of Olympus, where she was the daughter of Zeus and Leto, but her influence reached far beyond divine realms into the lives of mortal women. As the protector of the hunted and the champion of the vulnerable, she became a figure of empowerment, one who understood the silent battles that women faced in a world often hostile to their ambitions. Throughout history, the tale of Artemis inspired countless women to stand strong against societal expectations. In ancient Greece, she was worshipped by those who yearned for freedom. Women who stifled their voices in a male-dominated world found solace in her strength. They lit candles in her honor, praying for the courage to break free from the chains of silence. The whispers of those prayers still lingered in the air, a testament to the battles fought and the dreams whispered in the dark. Fast forward to the Renaissance, when a spark ignited a fervor for individuality. Women, inspired by the stories of Artemis, began to challenge the limitations placed upon them. The likes of Artemisia Gentileschi, a painter who drew from the depths of her own struggles, channeled the spirit of the Huntress into her art. She painted powerful women, often depicting herself as figures of strength, echoing Artemis's defiance. The brushstrokes were not just colors on canvas. They were declarations of autonomy, reawakening the spirit of the huntress within each woman who gazed upon her work. As centuries rolled on, the suffragette movement arose, fueled by a fierce desire for equality. Women marched in the streets, their voices rising in a chorus of determination. They donned white dresses, reminiscent of the purity associated with Artemis, while carrying banners proclaiming their right to vote. The echoes of Artemis's independence surged through their chants. Her influence was palpable, as if she stood by their side, bow in hand, urging them to fight for their rightful place in society. The 20th century brought new challenges and new heroes. The feminist movements of the 1960s and 70s saw women once again tapping into the legacy of Artemis. They demanded a voice, a presence, and a recognition of their rights. Women like Gloria Steinem and Audre Lorde stood at the forefront, their words powerful enough to shift the tides of society. They called upon the essence of Artemis, reminding women that they were not just caretakers or mothers, but warriors in their own right, capable of spearheading change. In every protest, every rally, and every written word, the spirit of Artemis coursed through the veins of feminists, invigorating their resolve. They wore the moon as a crown and the woods as their sanctuary, channeling the strength of the Huntress. The world watched as women claimed their power, challenging the norms that had long suppressed them. The legacy of Artemis was not just a relic of the past, it was alive, breathing through each act of rebellion, each voice raised in unity. But the fight was far from over. As the world entered the 21st century, new battles emerged. Women of color, LGBTQ+ activists, and those from marginalized communities sought to ensure that the feminist movement was inclusive, echoing the way in which Artemis had always embraced the outcasts. The conversations grew louder, more urgent, as they fought for equality and justice. The essence of Artemis wrapped around them, reminding them that their stories were valid and their struggles worthy of recognition. In this modern tapestry of feminism, the legacy of Artemis transformed and expanded, creating space for intersectionality. It became clear that her influence was not confined to one narrative, but rather a multitude of paths that women could take. Each woman carried her bow, whether metaphorically or literally, aiming for the targets of equality, justice, and empowerment. The air hummed with the promise of change, and the bond between women grew stronger, echoing the sisterhood that Artemis had once embodied. With every step taken in the name of progress, the legacy of Artemis grew brighter. In every classroom where young girls learned about their history, in every boardroom where women demanded a seat at the table, in every corner of the globe where voices rose in unison against oppression, Artemis watched, proud and unwavering. Her spirit surged forward, reminding women that they were deserving of their dreams, fiercely independent and capable of hunting down their own destinies. In the shadows of the past, the roots of Artemis's influence ran deep, intertwining with the lives of countless women who dared to dream. As they trudged through the thick wilderness of societal expectations, they had each other and the spirit of Artemis, guiding them toward the light of their own making. The hunt was not merely for survival, it was for joy, for freedom, for the unyielding belief that every woman has the right to choose her own path. And with that belief ringing in their hearts, the chase continued, an endless pursuit of equality and empowerment, where Artemis would forever remain a guiding star, illuminating the way ahead, urging them onward into the vast, uncharted territories of their shared legacy. The forest was alive with the whispers of unseen creatures, shadows dancing beneath the canopy of ancient trees. A chill breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and the promise of rain. In the heart of this wild, untamed world, a figure moved with a grace that spoke of both power and purpose. She was the Huntress, a woman forged by the primal rhythms of nature, her spirit intertwined with the essence of the wilderness. Long ago, in the mysterious folds of human history, the Huntress emerged not merely as a myth, but as an embodiment of fierce independence, a psychological archetype that resonated with countless generations. The legends told of her skill with the bow and her unyielding will, but they hinted at something deeper, the raw, untamed spirit that lurked within every woman who dared to step outside the confines of societal expectations. The Huntress was more than a skilled hunter. She represented a rebellion against the status quo, a defiance that echoed in the hearts of women throughout the ages. As the Huntress stalked through the underbrush, her senses heightened. She felt every pulse of life around her. The snap of a twig, the rustle of fur, the heartbeat of the forest matched her own. It was a delicate balance of hunter and hunted, a dance that had played out since time immemorial. Each stride forward was laced with a sense of purpose that sent shivers of anticipation racing through her veins. She knew that the hunt was not solely about survival. It was a search for something more profound, an exploration of her own inner strength. In ancient times, civilizations revered female hunters, goddesses like Artemis and Diana, who roamed the woods with an unwavering spirit. They were not just figures of mythology, they stood as symbols of female empowerment. These deities were celebrated in art and worshipped in temples, their stories echoing in the songs of old. The Huntress herself became a symbol of the wild woman, a figure who defied the confines of domesticity, embracing her autonomy. But alongside the veneration came fear. The very qualities that made her powerful could also ignite rage in those who felt threatened. She was both a protector and a predator, embodying the duality of existence. The Huntress knew the pain of a world that often sought to silence her, yet she thrived in the shadows, finding strength in solitude. With each arrow she released into the air, she sent forth a challenge to the winds of fate, a declaration of her existence, her freedom. The rhythm of her heartbeat matched the pulsing energy of the forest. Memories of ancestral women flashed through her mind, each one an echo of battles fought and won. These women had hunted not just for sustenance, but also for their place in a world that often overlooked their contributions. They knew the sting of loss and the sweetness of victory, and their spirits surged within the huntress, urging her onward. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush broke her focus. She stopped, her senses sharpening. The air thickened with tension. A deer, graceful and unaware, stepped into the clearing, its gentle eyes wide with innocence. Here was the test, the moment of truth. The huntress drew her bow, the tension in the string mirroring the tightness in her chest. But the hunt was not just about the kill, it was about the connection to life, to nature, to herself. With a breath caught in her throat, she hesitated. In that heartbeat, she felt the weight of generations behind her, the expectations and dreams of countless women whose stories were woven into the very fabric of existence. The huntress wasn't just seeking prey, she was confronting the very essence of her being. What did it mean to hunt? Was it about dominance or understanding? Was it about the thrill of the chase or the quiet acceptance of the cycle of life? As she released her breath, the arrow soared through the air, hitting its mark not as a mere act of violence, but as a profound connection to the world around her. The deer fell, but the other creatures of the forest sensed something change. The balance of life shifted, echoing through the trees and reverberating in the huntress's heart. With each step toward her catch, emotions swirled within her, triumph mingled with sorrow, a bittersweet reminder of the delicate cycle she was a part of. The huntress knelt beside her prize, her fingers brushing against the soft fur. In that moment, she understood the heartbeat of the earth, the profound responsibility that came with her strength. The huntress was both conqueror and nurturer, a reflection of life's complexities. But the forest was not done with her yet. From the shadows, figures emerged, cloaked in mystery and intent. Other women, their eyes glinting with the same fierce independence, gathered around her. They whispered among themselves, sharing stories of their own hunts, of battles fought and won against both nature and societal constraints. Each woman bore the mark of the huntress within her, a testament to resilience and strength. They were not just fellow hunters, they were sisters in spirit, bound by the shared struggles and triumphs of womanhood. With them, the huntress felt the surge of collective power, an unspoken bond that ignited the air around them. Together, they formed a circle, standing strong against the winds of doubt and fear. The very essence of the huntress archetype thrummed in the air, electric and alive, a reminder that they were not alone in their fight. The forest held its breath, the world around them teetering on the edge of a primal revelation. What would come next? What stories would unfold? The huntress stood, not just as a solitary figure, but as part of something much larger, a legacy of strength, courage, and fierce determination that knew no bounds. Her journey had only just begun, and the woods echoed with the promise of new adventures, new challenges, and a deeper understanding of what it meant to truly hunt. The forest held its breath as dusk settled, casting shadows that danced like whispers among the trees. A sharp crack of a twig echoed, and every creature stilled, sensing the presence of something sacred. This was Artemis's domain, where moonlight kissed the earth, illuminating a path known only to the goddess and the majestic deer that roamed freely, symbols of purity and grace. Artemis, sister to Apollo and daughter of Zeus, was revered as the goddess of the hunt, yet her heart beat fiercely for the animals that lived in the wild. The deer, gentle and swift, were her sacred companions, embodying the very essence of life and the fragility of nature. Legends told of how she would roam the ancient forests, her silver bow slung across her shoulder, accompanied by a flock of these ethereal creatures. They were not just animals, they were her protectors, her allies in a world often marred by human greed. But something was stirring in the shadows, a tension lingering in the air like an unspoken threat. In the distance, the sounds of clashing steel hinted at a darker presence encroaching upon the sanctuary Artemis had so lovingly guarded. Hunters, driven by insatiable desire, sought to claim the deer for their trophies, unaware of the wrath that would descend upon them. The goddess had sworn an oath to protect her sacred animals, and she would not stand idly by as her beloved deer fell victim to human hands. Her heart raced as she listened to the forest's whispers. Artemis had long ago embraced her role as a protector, a fierce warrior with an unyielding spirit. With each passing moment, the stakes grew higher, and the moonlight began to shimmer with an aura of impending conflict. The deer sensed the change, their eyes wide with fear, yet somehow trusting their goddess to shield them from harm. They were not just prey, they were symbols of hope, fragile yet resolute, standing strong against the tide of destruction. As if summoned by her unspoken thoughts, a magnificent stag emerged from the underbrush. His antlers, like branches reaching for the sky, bore witness to years of survival amidst the harsh realities of the wilderness. Artemis felt a connection that transcended words. This stag was not merely an animal, he was her voice, her spirit, and together they embodied the eternal bond between nature and the divine. With a flick of her wrist, Artemis notched an arrow, the tip glinting in the moonlight like a promise. She would confront the hunters, wielding not just her bow, but the ferocity of a goddess who would protect her sacred realm at any cost. The scent of adventure hung in the air, mingling with fear and determination. The forest was alive, thrumming with energy as the deer moved closer to her side, rallying behind their protector. Then came the sound of a horn, echoing through the trees like a death knell. It was a call to arms, a summons to the hunters who mistakenly believed themselves invincible. Artemis's heart hardened. She would not allow their arrogance to taint the beauty of her sanctuary. The deer glanced up at her, and in their trusting eyes, she saw the reflection of their shared destiny. Together, they would show the world not to underestimate the power of a goddess and her sacred animals. The clash of metal rang out, shattering the stillness of the night. Artemis charged forth, her heart pounding, her spirit ignited. The deer followed her lead, darting gracefully through the trees, a living wall of protection against the advancing hunters. Each leap, each bound, was a testament to their bond, a dance of defiance against those who sought to disrupt the balance of nature. In the chaos, Artemis felt the pulse of the forest beneath her feet, a reminder that she was part of something greater. The thrill of the hunt pulsated in her veins, igniting a fire within her that had long been dormant. She was the goddess of the hunt, but in this moment, she was also the protector of life, a fierce warrior defending the sacred against the profane. The hunters, blinded by their ambition, stumbled into the forest, their shouts piercing the night, but they were no match for the goddess and her deer, who moved with the precision and elegance of a well-rehearsed ballet. Artemis unleashed her arrows with deadly accuracy, striking fear into the hearts of those who dared to harm her friends. Each shot was a reminder of her vow, a promise etched into the very fabric of the earth beneath her feet. The stag, leading the charge, faced the hunters with unwavering courage. His antlers glimmered like a crown in the moonlight, a symbol of strength against the encroaching darkness. As he reared back, ready to defend his herd, Artemis felt a surge of emotion, a mixture of pride and fury. She was not alone in this fight. The spirit of the forest surged around her, a tangible force that echoed her resolve. Yet the hunters were relentless, driven by greed and a desire for conquest. But Artemis was undeterred. She could feel the power rising within her, the heartbeat of the earth echoing in rhythm with her own. With every arrow released, every deer that leapt to evade capture, they crafted a tapestry of resistance woven from courage and unity. As the struggle unfolded, the forest itself seemed to awaken, the trees bending as if to shield the sacred animals from harm. The air crackled with energy, a palpable force that united goddess and creature in a fight for survival. Each rustle of leaves and each whisper of the wind carried with it the cries of the wild, rallying to their side. Through the chaos, a flicker of doubt crossed Artemis's mind. Would they triumph against the relentless hunters? Would her sacred deer escape the fate that loomed like a storm cloud overhead? But she shook off the fear, letting it drift away like leaves caught in the wind. The bond they shared was unbreakable, forged in the fires of loyalty and love. The battle raged on, and with every heartbeat the tension mounted. The fate of the sacred deer hung precariously in the balance, waiting to determine whether the goddess and her beloved animals would triumph against the relentless tide of humanity, or succumb to the dark desires that threatened to engulf them. As the moon rose higher in the sky, illuminating the battlefield, the forest held its breath, waiting for the outcome that would echo through the ages. In the shadow of ancient mountains, where the whispers of gods mingled with the rustle of leaves, there stood a temple, its stone columns reaching toward the heavens. This was no ordinary place. It was the sanctuary of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, wild animals, and the moon. Here the air vibrated with the energy of countless prayers, offerings, and the hopes of a world that revered her as both protector and fierce warrior. The scent of fresh pine mingled with the faint hint of incense, creating a sacred atmosphere that wrapped around visitors like a warm embrace. Artemis was not confined to just one place. Her presence spread like roots of an ancient tree, intertwining through the landscapes of Greece, Asia Minor, and beyond. Each sacred site bore its own story, etched into the stones and carried in the hearts of those who visited. At Ephesus, one of the largest temples dedicated to her lay in wait, its grandeur a testament to her power. The temple, adorned with sculptures of wild animals and scenes of her legendary exploits, stood as a beacon of devotion. As the sun dipped behind the horizon, casting golden hues against the marble, the faithful would gather, their voices rising in beautiful unison, pleading for Artemis's protection and guidance. In the cool morning mist of Delos, the birthplace of Artemis, a palpable energy hung in the air. It was here that the goddess first opened her eyes. Surrounded by the shimmering Aegean Sea, pilgrims traveled from far and wide, their hearts beating in sync with the waves as they approached her sacred island. They came to pay tribute, leaving behind fragrant offerings of honey and wine at the altar. The sound of their footsteps on the ancient stones echoed like a heartbeat, a reminder of the living history that enveloped the island. Then there was the Grove of Artemis at Brauron, nestled near the coast, a serene sanctuary filled with the soft rustling of leaves and the joyful song of birds. This site was a haven for young girls about to reach womanhood. Here, they would perform sacred rites, donning garments of white that shimmered in the sunlight. The air was thick with anticipation and hope as these girls danced and prayed for the blessings of Artemis, seeking her favor on their journey toward adulthood. The spirit of the goddess lingered among the ancient trees, a silent guardian watching over them, instilling in them the strength and independence that defined her essence. Across the waves, in the rugged beauty of the Tauric Chersonese, Artemis was revered in a different light. Here her temple loomed near a cliff, overlooking the tumultuous sea. Sailors often found themselves at the mercy of stormy waters, and in their desperation, they cried out to her for safety and guidance. Many believed that the fierce goddess could calm the waves and guide their ships home. The stories of those who had returned safely were passed down through generations, tales of her unwavering protection that sent shivers down the spines of those who listened, igniting a fierce respect for the goddess who ruled both land and sea. As the sun climbed higher, casting bright rays over the ancient ruins of Didyma, the atmosphere felt electric. This was the site of one of the most important oracles dedicated to Artemis. Pilgrims and leaders alike would travel here, seeking answers to the greatest questions of their lives. The temple's grandeur rivaled that of the finest structures in the world, and its oracle's prophecies were sought after with reverence. The air crackled with a mixture of fear and anticipation as questions were whispered among the gathered crowds. Would Artemis speak? Would she favor the brave with her wisdom? In the quiet corners of the temple, where sunlight filtered through intricate carvings, followers would leave tokens, tiny bronze statues of animals, delicate jewelry, and prayers inscribed on parchment, each a testament to their faith. In the silence, one could almost hear the echo of Artemis's voice, a soft murmur carried by the wind, promising that she was always present, always listening. The diverse landscapes where Artemis was worshipped reveal the complexity and depth of her character. In some places, she was seen as a nurturing mother, guiding young girls into womanhood. In others, she embodied the fierce determination of a huntress, a protector of the wild and the untamed. The very geography of her sacred sites painted a vivid tapestry of human emotion, hope, fear, reverence, and love woven together through the ages. In the olive groves of Sparta, the rituals for Artemis Orthia unfolded under the watchful gaze of the goddess. Here, boys and young men underwent trials that tested their courage and resilience. The air was thick with tension as they faced challenges that seemed insurmountable, all in the name of proving themselves worthy in the eyes of Artemis. The fierce cries of the spectators filled the air as the trials unfolded, a palpable mix of pride, excitement, and fear intertwined with every heartbeat. Artemis's spirit was felt in every moment, a reminder that strength and grace often go hand in hand. Through the lens of history, the geography of Artemis reveals a vibrant world steeped in emotion and devotion. Each site tells a story. Each stone resonates with the echoes of lives lived in the pursuit of the goddess's favor. A shared humanity binds these places together, a thread that connects past and present, the sacred and the everyday. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the sacred sites, the stories continued to unfold. The worship of Artemis never truly ended. It transformed, adapting through time. The ancient whispers of prayers and offerings still lingered, urging those who walked those paths to remember and honor her legacy. The goddess remained an indelible part of the human experience, forever intertwined with the land, echoing through the ages, waiting for the next soul to seek her blessing under the vast, starry sky. Under a silvery moon, a lone figure dances through the whispers of the ancient forest, her feet barely touching the ground, as shadows flicker amongst the trees. This is no ordinary night. It is a sacred moment steeped in the myths of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, who transcends the borders of Greece and finds a home in cultures far and wide. In the heart of the ancient Near East, the echoes of Artemis resonate through the stories of Ishtar, the fierce goddess of love and war. Ishtar's dual nature mirrors that of Artemis. One moment, she is a nurturing mother, ensuring the fertility of the land. The next, she becomes a vengeful warrior, striking down enemies with relentless fury. Temples dedicated to Ishtar filled the streets of Babylon, where her followers would gather, their hearts racing with excitement as they sang hymns celebrating her power. But there, hidden within the words of their prayers, lay a palpable tension. Would they earn her favor or awaken her wrath? Across the desert sands of Arabia, another figure emerges, a spirit equally revered and feared. The moon goddess Al-Lat. She presides over the night sky, casting a calming glow upon the weary travelers. Al-Lat, like Artemis, safeguards the wild places and commands respect from both men and beasts. As hunters ventured forth in search of their quarry, they would whisper her name, seeking her blessing. They knew too well that to trespass without reverence could mean disaster. Here in barren landscapes, legends of Al-Lat spun like the stars that adorned the heavens. Her presence was felt in every rustling leaf and howling wind. In the vastness of Africa, the mythos surrounding Artemis extends to the Zulu goddess, Unkulunkulu, whose strength symbolizes the primal forces of nature. Tales of her protectiveness over the wildlife are whispered around crackling fires, where the flickering light reflects the awe and respect the people hold for her. Unkulunkulu teaches that harmony with nature is essential for survival. When the rains come, she is thanked. When the sun shines, she is celebrated. But when the earth trembles with famine, the people know they have strayed from her teachings. This delicate balance, this tug-of-war between reverence and fear, weaves a tapestry of stories that echo through generations. Away in the land of the Celts, the goddess Brigid stands alongside Artemis, with her own stories of light, healing, and protection. She is a warrior of fire, but also a keeper of the wellspring of life. The Celts believed that to honor Brigid was to ensure the safety of their lands and families. As the first light of dawn broke, women would gather to invoke her blessings, crafting intricate wreaths of flowers and herbs. In those moments, the air crackled with hope, yet also with the recognition that such blessings were not guaranteed. A misstep, an oversight, could lead to the extinguishing of that precious flame. As the sun dipped below the horizon, tales of Artemis echoed in the sacred texts of Hinduism too, where a goddess named Durga rides into battle on a lion, fierce and unyielding. She embodies strength, a protector against the chaos that threatens to unravel society. Durga's festivals celebrated the triumph of good over evil. The energy pulsing through the crowds was electric, hearts beating in unison with drums and chants. Yet, with each victory she claimed, a whisper of fear lingered in the air. What if the darkness returned? What if the balance of power shifted and the demons of chaos re-emerged? In the frigid expanse of the Arctic, the Inuit people reverence Sedna, the goddess of the sea and marine animals, whose spirit parallels the essence of Artemis. When hunters ventured onto the ice, they would offer gifts to Sedna, praying for her favor to protect them and guide their nets. The darkest nights brought a chill that etched itself deep into the bones of the fishermen. Yet they whispered Sedna's name, their hopes riding upon the waves as they cast their lines. The risks were great and the stakes even greater. The connection between the people and their goddess was fraught with tension, love intertwined with fear, as they navigated the unpredictable waters of life. As dusk settled in the lands of the indigenous peoples of North America, stories of a celestial huntress emerged within the vibrant cultures of the Iroquois and the Cree. The stars twinkling overhead were seen as the spirits of the ancestors, with the huntress guiding the way for the living. She was a protector of the animals, a fierce guardian, whose respect was paramount. Stories told around the fire painted her as a figure of strength and wisdom, and in those moments the air felt heavy with reverence. The stories held power, a reminder that to take from the land without gratitude could lead to dire consequences. Back in the lush hills of the Mediterranean, the whispers of Artemis linger among the vines and olive trees of the Etruscans. They worshipped her as a protector, embodying the spirit of the hunt and the harvest. Rituals were performed with great care as the people recognized the fine thread that connected them to the earth and the divine. Each harvest was a dance with fate. Every bounty was a gift that demanded appreciation, lest the goddess turn her gaze away. In every corner of the world, the essence of Artemis is threaded through the myths and legends of other cultures, each one a reflection of humanity's deep-rooted relationship with nature. The stories pulse with life, echoing the joys and fears of those who came before, weaving a rich tapestry that connects all. As shadows lengthen and the moon hangs high above, the dance of Artemis continues, an eternal narrative spiraling into the unknown, promising tales yet to be told, waiting for the next heartbeat of the universe to breathe life into the legends anew. In the quiet of the night, when the moon hangs low, casting silver light across the earth, a figure moves with purpose through the ancient woods. Her name is whispered in reverence, Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, the moon and wilderness. She steps lightly, her presence a breath of cool air, a flicker of flame in the hearts of those who believe. In that moment, the world feels alive, charged with the energy of ages past, where the echoes of her footsteps resonate with the hopes and dreams of many. Artemis, daughter of Zeus, has long been a symbol of independence and strength. In ancient Greece, she stood as a guardian of women and children, fiercely protective of their rights and well-being. This duality of nurturing and fierce resolve has woven itself into the fabric of astrology and modern spirituality, transforming the way people connect with the cosmos. The moon, often seen as a reflection of the female spirit, mirrors her emotions, illuminating the path for those who dare to seek deeper truths. As the stars twinkle like distant lanterns in the night, Artemis's influence begins to reveal itself through the signs of the zodiac. In astrology, she is closely linked to the sign of Cancer, the nurturing, protective crab. Those born under Cancer often embody her spirit, finding strength in their sensitivity and intuition. They are the caretakers, the ones who listen and feel, channeling Artemis's energy to create a sanctuary for others. With every lunar cycle, her essence infuses the hearts of millions, guiding them through the ebbs and flows of life. The waxing and waning of the moon resonates with the cycles of existence, birth, growth, death, and rebirth. As she watches over the moon's journey, Artemis serves as a reminder that life is not linear. It's a series of spirals that connect us to our past, present, and future. People who seek to align with her energy often find themselves drawn to moon rituals, invoking her presence to gain clarity and insight. They light candles and offer prayers, feeling the warmth of her spirit envelop them, as they seek answers in the velvety darkness. In modern spirituality, Artemis embodies not just the huntress, but the empowered woman. Her mythos encourages individuals to assert their boundaries, to draw strength from their vulnerabilities, and to embrace their wild, untamed nature. Women today resonate deeply with her story, reclaiming their own narratives and stepping into their power. They gather in circles, sharing stories of resilience and courage, invoking Artemis to guide them in their journeys of self-discovery and empowerment. Historical events, infused with her essence, also shaped the narrative of Artemis. Consider the ancient festivals held in her honor, where the people of Ephesus would come together to celebrate their goddess with music, dance, and offerings. Such gatherings were not mere celebrations, they were rituals of connection, binding the community through shared belief and reverence. The temple at Ephesus, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, stood as a testament to her power, a place where individuals could come to seek her blessings and guidance. Today, echoes of those rituals can be found in modern practices. From new moon ceremonies to full moon gatherings, the spirit of Artemis continues to inspire and unite. But Artemis's legacy is not confined to women alone. Men, too, find solace and strength in her story. The hunt, a metaphor for the quest for purpose and truth, invites everyone to embrace their goals with the same passion and determination she embodies. In a society often fraught with expectations, Artemis becomes a beacon for all who seek authenticity. Her guidance encourages individuals to pursue their passions while remaining grounded in their values, reminding them that the journey is just as vital as the destination. As the moon rises higher in the night sky, the energy becomes palpable. The air thickens with anticipation, and those who have called upon Artemis feel her presence surrounding them. It's a feeling akin to standing at the edge of a vast ocean, the water shimmering under the moonlight, beckoning with promises of adventure and self-discovery. Rituals flourish under her gaze, with practitioners setting intentions, letting go of fears and embracing the unknown. They are not alone in their quests. Artemis is there, guiding them with a watchful eye, whispering encouragement as they navigate the complexities of life. Her archetype also speaks to the shadow within, the parts of us that are hidden, repressed, or ignored. Artemis challenges individuals to confront their fears, to embrace the wilderness within themselves. Like the untamed forest, she represents the wild aspects of our nature that yearn for freedom and expression. In modern spirituality, this call to authenticity resonates strongly, urging people to break free from societal constraints and to embody their true selves. It is in the silence of the woods, the glow of the moon, and the flicker of candlelight that her teachings unfold, stirring deep emotions and igniting the spirit. The stories of Artemis continue to be told, not just in ancient texts, but around campfires and in quiet corners of the heart. Her legacy breathes life into the search for meaning, the quest for connection, and the journey toward personal empowerment. As the night deepens, Artemis remains a constant companion, a guiding star for those yearning for understanding and clarity. Her essence flows through the very fabric of spirituality, binding the past to the present like the threads of a delicate tapestry. This sacred thread is woven into the lives of those who honor her, each story adding depth and richness to her legacy. And as the world spins on, her presence never fades. It only grows stronger, a silent promise of empowerment and connection for generations to come. The gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of the moonlight serve as a reminder that the influence of Artemis is ever present. The energy builds, creating a vibrant tapestry of shared experiences, hopes and dreams that transcend time, echoing the age-old call of the wilderness. The connection to Artemis transforms mundane moments into sacred ones, inviting all to acknowledge the wild beauty of their own journey, forever intertwined with the cosmos that watches over them. In the flickering glow of a movie theater, shadows dance on the screen, weaving through the tales of gods and mortals. The audience sits entranced, caught between the fantastical and the familiar. Suddenly, a figure emerges, a woman whose very presence commands the scene. Her bow gleams and her gaze pierces through the darkness. It's Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, a symbol of strength and independence. As the music swells, the audience feels a shiver down their spines, heartbeats quickening with anticipation. This is not just a character, she embodies a legacy woven through centuries, a relentless spirit echoing in the annals of time. Artemis, sister to Apollo, was revered in ancient myth as the protector of the wilderness, a guardian of the moon's silver glow. In the whispers of long-forgotten temples, her name reverberated like a prayer hailed by countless followers who sought her favor. Unlike many gods who sought power and dominance, Artemis carved her own path, fiercely independent and unyielding. Her legacy, rich and textured, has seeped into the modern world, morphing and shaping itself within films and popular culture, where her essence ignites a visceral reaction. In the sprawling universe of cinema, Artemis has often been portrayed as the fierce warrior, an archetype that resonates deeply with audiences. Films like Wonder Woman showcase a warrior spirit reminiscent of the goddess, a testament to her influence. Diana, much like Artemis, grapples with the balance between nurturing and fighting, embodying the duality that makes women both formidable and compassionate. The bow and arrow, iconic in both figures, symbolize more than just weaponry. They represent agency and self-determination, striking chords of empowerment and independence. But the influence of Artemis stretches beyond the battlefield. In the tender moments captured on screen, she becomes a symbol of sisterhood and loyalty. Her bond with her nymphs, those fierce and free-spirited companions, echoes through films that celebrate female friendships. Movies like The Hunger Games echo this sentiment, where Katniss Everdeen, armed with her bow, mirrors the strength and resilience of Artemis. Just as Artemis fiercely protects her companions, Katniss embodies that same spirit of loyalty, fighting against oppressive forces while maintaining her moral compass. In the realm of animation, the spirit of Artemis shines brightly, captivating the imaginations of children and adults alike. Disney's Hercules presents a playful yet powerful interpretation, where the goddess inspires courage and bravery, lighting the way through trials. Here, Artemis becomes an emblem of hope, a beacon guiding heroes on their journeys. Children who watch these films carry that spark into the world, often unaware that they are absorbing the essence of a goddess who has lingered in human hearts for millennia. Yet, it's in the darker narratives where Artemis reveals her more complex layers. In horror films, her symbolism transforms as she embodies retribution and justice, punishing those who transgress the boundaries of nature and morality. Films like The Ritual weave her influence into tales of vengeance, where the forest becomes a place of both sanctuary and peril. Here, the whispers of the past echo through the trees, reminding the audience that the goddess of the hunt is not just a protector, but also a force of nature that will not be ignored. The audience feels a chill, a reminder that disrespecting the natural order invites chaos, a haunting truth that resonates with primal fears. Across various genres, the threads of Artemis's legacy intertwine, creating a rich tapestry that captivates and enthralls. The modern interpretations, whether through action-packed adventures or reflective dramas, spark an emotional resonance that harkens back to the ancient tales. The thrill of the hunt, the exploration of autonomy, and the celebration of sisterhood create a captivating narrative that transcends time. Each depiction, whether fierce or nurturing, carries a hint of the goddess's spirit, a reminder of her unwavering strength and profound wisdom. As the lights dim and the credits roll, the audience finds themselves caught in a whirlpool of emotions. They leave the theater not just with lingering images of Artemis on the screen, but with a deeper understanding of the archetypes she embodies. The goddess has woven herself into the fabric of their lives, inspiring them to grapple with their own identities and the roles they play in the world. Each film becomes a chapter in an ongoing story, a dialogue between past and present, where the influence of Artemis pulses vibrantly, waiting to be felt and understood. With every retelling, her spirit transforms and adapts, embodying the struggles and victories of modern culture. The archetype of Artemis continues to challenge and inspire, pushing boundaries and redefining what it means to be a woman in the world today. As the next film rolls out, the audience is reminded that Artemis is not merely a figure from the past, but a living force, one that resonates with the fight for autonomy, justice, and the celebration of womanhood. In the quiet moments, just before the next cinematic adventure begins, there's an electric anticipation in the air. The audience holds its breath, hearts racing, caught in the web of Artemis's influence, eager to see how her legacy will unfold anew. Each frame promises to ignite emotions, to stir the depths of the soul, reminding them of the timeless dance between the hunter and the hunted. The story continues, ever evolving, as the goddess of the hunt strides confidently into the ever-expanding landscape of film and popular culture, ready to leave her mark once more. In a darkened forest, where moonlight dances through the leaves, a figure stands poised and ready. Her silhouette is striking, sharp, determined, and ethereal. This is Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, a protector of the wild, a fierce warrior draped in the shadows of ancient myths. Her presence resonates with a power that sends shivers down the spine. She's not merely a character in a game. She is a manifestation of strength, independence, and a connection to nature that has echoed through the ages. For millennia, Artemis has captivated the hearts and minds of those who hear her story. Born from the union of Zeus and Leto, she emerged not only as a goddess, but as a symbol of female empowerment. Armed with her bow, she roams forests and mountains, forever in pursuit of her own destiny. From the days of Homer's epics to the majestic sculptures of ancient Greece, her image has been a beacon for those who seek freedom and strength. Yet, in video games, she transforms further, becoming a dynamic force that players can engage with, shaping their own narratives of courage and survival. In the vibrant world of video games, Artemis has evolved, stepping off the pages of history and into the hearts of players. Titles like Smite and God of War breathe new life into her character, presenting her not just as a goddess, but as a warrior with depth and emotion. In Smite, she embodies the essence of the Huntress, a goddess who is both feared and revered. Each arrow shot from her bow feels like a heartbeat, pulsing with energy and purpose. When players take control of her, they feel the rush of the chase, the thrill of the hunt, and the weight of her legacy, as if they are part of something far greater than themselves. The emotional connection players forge with Artemis transcends mere gameplay. In moments of intense battle, when health bars dwindle and enemies close in, players can almost hear the whispers of the past, urging them on. Her strength becomes their strength, her resolve their resolve. Artemis is not just a character. She is a guide through treacherous paths, reminding players of the power that lies within. In the virtual world, her presence is a rallying cry for self-determination, a reminder that one can carve their own path, much like she carved her own in the wilderness of myth. Yet, the portrayal of Artemis is not solely defined by her prowess in battle. In a more reflective moment, games such as Hades reveal her softer, nurturing side. Here, she becomes more than a goddess of the hunt. She is a protector of the vulnerable, a mentor to those lost in the darkness. The interactions players have with her in the underworld are tinged with a bittersweet longing, as each encounter brings forth tales of loss, love, and the eternal struggle for survival. This duality, her fierce warrior spirit, contrasted with her compassionate heart, makes Artemis a complex figure, one who embodies the full spectrum of human emotion. As players navigate through these virtual landscapes, they often find themselves confronted with choices that echo the trials faced by Artemis herself. The hunt is not simply about victory, it's about respect for the prey, the environment, and oneself. Each decision carries weight, shaping not just the outcome of the game, but the player's understanding of their own journey. In a world where every arrow loosed can alter fate, Artemis stands as a poignant reminder of the importance of choices, of the delicate balance between power and responsibility. But there's more to her story than just the hunt. The legacy of Artemis also intertwines with themes of sisterhood and protection. The bond with her twin brother Apollo often showcases a deep connection that transcends the chaos of their divine duties. During gameplay, these relationships can be reflected in quests that challenge players to protect loved ones, to stand up for what is right, and to fight against the darkness together. The emotional stakes rise, and with each victory, players feel a surge of pride, as if they too have honored the bonds that Artemis cherishes. In times of despair, When battles seem lost and darkness looms large, Artemis serves as a beacon of hope. Her resilience inspires players to fight back, to embrace their inner strength, and to rise above adversity. This portrayal of Artemis in video games resonates with the struggles people face in their daily lives, inviting players to connect their own experiences with the goddess's timeless journey. Their quests become personal, a reflection of their own battles and victories, as they channel the spirit of Artemis into their gameplay. As the night deepens and the shadows lengthen, Artemis remains a powerful presence, her influence weaving through the fabric of video games, touching the hearts of players across the globe. Each depiction celebrates not just her strength but also her vulnerabilities, reminding players that true power lies in the acceptance of both. The thrill of the hunt is exhilarating, but the moments of introspection are equally vital, adding layers of complexity to her character. With every arrow shot and every quest completed, players resonate with the pulse of Artemis's legacy. The echoes of her past ripple through the digital world, urging them forward. The thrill of adventure mixes seamlessly with the weight of responsibility, creating a tapestry of experiences that etch themselves into the players' minds. As one level ends and another begins, the journey continues, a cycle of growth and challenge that mirrors Artemis's own path through the annals of history. And so, the hunt goes on, players stepping into the shoes of a goddess who is both timeless and ever-evolving. Each encounter with Artemis is a reminder that the spirit of the Huntress thrives not just in the game, but within each player who dares to wield her bow. The tension between power and compassion, the thrill of adventure alongside the weight of responsibility, these dynamics create a narrative that is both gripping and profound, pulling players into a world where they can truly become part of something greater than themselves. Every flicker of her presence ignites a flame within, an unquenchable desire to chase, to fight, and to honor a legacy that is as rich as the forests she roams. And as they continue their journey, Artemis remains ever watchful, a guardian of dreams and a harbinger of destiny. In a dimly lit studio, the air crackled with anticipation as a designer draped a flowing gown over a mannequin. The fabric shimmered softly, reminiscent of moonlight filtering through the trees of a sacred grove. Each fold whispered stories of ancient myths, of a powerful goddess whose arrows could pierce through the shadows of night. Artemis, the fierce huntress and protector of the wild, stood as an enduring inspiration in fashion and design, a symbol interwoven with the threads of history, emotion, and raw beauty. The designer paused, fingers tracing the delicate embroidery that spiraled up the gown's bodice. It was a sinuous representation of the crescent moon, evoking Artemis's celestial nature. In every thread there was a hint of wildness, a call to the untamed spirit that Artemis embodied. Fashion was not merely about fabric and style, it was about channeling the essence of a figure who danced with wolves and roamed the forest with grace. Long ago, in the vibrant world of ancient Greece, Artemis was revered as much for her strength as for her compassion. Women would adorn themselves with symbols of the goddess, wearing crescent moon amulets and tunics that mirrored her fierce elegance. The stories of Artemis spread like wildfire, inspiring designs that spoke of freedom and adventure. The rich imagery of her bow and arrows became motifs in fabrics, an invitation to embrace one's inner warrior. Every dress was a declaration, a fierce statement of independence that resonated with women across generations. As the designer continued to work, the studio transformed into a canvas of emotions. Each piece unveiled layers of meaning, reminiscent of Artemis's dual nature, protector and huntress. The fabric billowed like the winds of a forest, evoking memories of a time when the goddess roamed the earth, fierce and untamed. Soft colors mingled with bold patterns, mirroring the balance of strength and grace that defined her spirit. A stroke of dark velvet amidst lighter hues spoke of mystery, of the hidden depths within every woman. With each passing moment, the designer felt a pulse, a rhythm that seemed to echo the heartbeat of Artemis herself. The gown, nearly complete, was not just an outfit but a vessel of empowerment. It whispered to those who wore it, urging them to embrace their own power, to walk through the world with confidence and purpose. The fabric seemed to shimmer with a life of its own, as if it carried the essence of countless women who had worn the symbols of Artemis throughout history. The fierce beauty of Artemis transcended time. Her legacy rippled into the modern world where fashion became a means of self-expression. Designers, inspired by her spirit, created collections that evoked the wilderness. Textures mimicking tree bark, colors that echoed the greens and browns of the forest floor, and silhouettes that captured the fluid movement of a goddess in motion. Each runway became a tribute, a celebration of the wild woman who carved her path through the underbrush, arrows in hand. In this enchanted space, the designer envisioned a world where fashion was intertwined with the stories of the past. Each piece served as a reminder of the goddess's strength, urging wearers to chase their dreams with the same fervor that Artemis displayed in her pursuits. The gowns became armor against the mundane, a call to embody the spirit of adventure, to run through the grass as freely as Artemis once did. With the final stitch in place, a sense of triumph washed over the designer. They turned to face the gown, a masterpiece born from centuries of symbolism and emotion. The fabric glowed, a testament to the enduring power of Artemis. This was not just a dress, it was an invocation of bravery, a shout into the void, challenging the world to see the strength that lay within each woman. As the studio buzzed with the energy of creation, the designer's mind drifted through history's corridors. They imagined a time when women wore garments festooned with the symbols of Artemis, believing wholeheartedly in their power. The stories of these women, resilient and fierce, intertwined with the fabric, breathed life into the designs. Each gown, each tunic, and each accessory was a link in a chain that connected the past to the present. In the background, the faint sound of the city pulsed. Outside the studio, the world moved on, unaware of the magic unfolding within. Yet inside, the memory of Artemis lingered, a guiding force that fueled the designer's journey. It was as if the goddess herself had come to life, her spirit hovering in the air like a gentle breeze, reminding everyone that fashion was not merely a facade, but a reflection of identity and strength. In salons and boutiques across the globe, the spirit of Artemis continued to inspire. Designers infused their collections with her motifs, drawing on nature's beauty and the fierce spirit of the Huntress. Fabrics echoed the textures of the earth, colors celebrated the splendor of moonlit nights, and silhouettes captured the agility of a woman on the run, ready to embrace whatever adventure lay ahead. As the designer prepared for the unveiling, emotions swirled like leaves caught in a gust of wind. Would the world recognize the power of Artemis in this creation? Would they feel the call of the wild echoing through their very souls when they saw the gown? There was a palpable tension, a breath held in anticipation. In that moment, the designer understood. They were not just creating a dress, they were awakening a legacy, a spark that would ignite the hearts of women everywhere. The door creaked open and light flooded into the studio, illuminating the gown, a beacon of hope and strength. The designer stood back, heart racing, transfixed by the beauty that spoke of untamed dreams, and in that moment, they realized that the spirit of Artemis was not merely a symbol, it was a call to action, an invitation to step into the world with courage and passion. And as the world outside continued to spin, the story of Artemis wove itself deeper into the fabric of fashion, uniting the past and the present in one exhilarating, unbreakable thread. The moon hung low in the night sky, casting silvery shadows over the vast expanse of the jungle. It whispered secrets to the wind, secrets that danced between the trees, where legends were born and hunters roamed. Among them was a figure cloaked in mystery, known to many as the Untouchable Huntress. Her name sent shivers down spines and sparked wild imaginations. Was she a mere figment of folklore, or did she walk this earth, leaving trails of awe and terror in her wake? In the villages that dotted the outskirts of the jungle, tales of her prowess spread like wildfire. The older folk spoke of her with reverence, their voices trembling with both fear and admiration. "She can silence the fiercest of beasts with just her glare," one elder whispered, his eyes glazed with the weight of memories. "And they say that the moment she steps into the light, the forest shudders at her presence." But who was the Untouchable Huntress, really? A goddess of the hunt, or a mere mortal with unmatched skill? The answer seemed to slip through the fingers of those who sought it, like grains of sand in an hourglass. Local hunters who dared to enter her territory returned with stories that chilled the marrow in their bones. They spoke of strange markings on trees, symbols that glowed faintly in the twilight. Some claimed to have seen her silhouette, a swift shadow darting between the branches, her bowstring taut, ready to unleash arrows that flew truer than the sharpest blade. In the shadows, she was a mythical figure, but in the realities of the jungle, she was something more visceral. Her hands, calloused and strong, spoke of years spent honing her craft. She was born into a clan of skilled archers, women who had long been underestimated by a society that clung to patriarchal norms. Yet, she rose above it all, determined to carve her own path. The untouchable quality that surrounded her was not just born of her skill, it was the very essence of resilience wrapped in the fabric of defiance. Each morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, she would rise with the jungle, her senses finely tuned to the sounds around her. The rustle of leaves, the call of distant birds, the warning growls of unseen beasts. They were all part of her world. She moved like a whisper, her feet barely making a sound as she navigated the underbrush. In those quiet moments, she reflected on her purpose. Was she a guardian of the jungle or a hunter in search of the ultimate prey? The lines blurred, and perhaps that was where the magic lay. As the day wore on, tales of her valiant deeds painted a different picture. There was the time when a group of poachers invaded her territory, armed with weapons that glinted with malice. They believed they could claim the forest for themselves, but they could not have foreseen the fury of a woman scorned. With stealth and precision, she tracked them and unleashed an arrow that struck true, sending a clear message that the jungle was not theirs to ravage. The jungle, she believed, was alive, a living heartbeat that pulsed with the stories of those who respected its sanctity. But the jungle's heart was not without its own burdens. The more she fought to protect it, the more the whispers of her legend grew. The villagers spoke of her as a vengeful spirit, a guardian who would unleash chaos upon those who dared to harm the land. And yet, in their fear, they forgot the woman behind the legend. They forgot the sacrifices, the sleepless nights spent under the stars, the haunting memories of her fallen kin who had faced the same battles. Fear can twist reality into a grotesque form. Did she want to be a creature of myth, a figure that haunted the dreams of those who sought to do harm? Or did she long for the simple joys of companionship, to share her stories with those who understood the importance of balance in their intertwined destinies? The weight of expectation pressed upon her shoulders like a heavy cloak. The jungle whispered again, the wind carrying with it the scent of rain, as a storm loomed in the distance. It was a reminder of the tumultuous world beyond the trees, a world that often turned its back on those who fought for nature's grace. And yet, with every rumble of thunder, the untouchable huntress felt a surge of power coursing through her veins. She was not just a protector, she was a force of nature itself, an embodiment of the spirit that dwelled in the heart of every wild creature. But myths, as captivating as they are, can also distort the truth. The villagers spoke of her as a mythical guardian, but they failed to see the scars hidden beneath her fierce exterior. They did not know about the nights she lay wide awake, haunted by the faces of those who had fallen to violence, both man and beast. They did not understand that the arrows she shot were not merely weapons, but reflections of her inner turmoil, a struggle to balance the fierce protectiveness she felt for the land with the reality of her own humanity. One fateful evening, as the storm broke overhead, she found herself at a crossroads. The rain poured down like a relentless torrent, blurring the lines between myth and reality. In the chaos, she stumbled upon a wounded poacher, a boy who had lost his way in the wild. He trembled not only from the cold, but from fear, his eyes wide with the terror of being caught by the very legend he had heard whispered amongst the villagers. In that moment, the untouchable huntress faced a choice that would define her narrative. Would she embrace the myth and deliver justice with her arrow, or would she confront the reality that lay beneath the surface? The jungle held its breath, the rain drumming an urgent rhythm as she weighed the gravity of her next action. With the weight of her past pushing against her, she stepped closer, the storm raging around her. The boy looked up, and in his eyes, she saw not a monster, but a reflection of her own struggles, a yearning to survive in a world that often felt unforgiving. The truth hung in the air like the mist that followed the rain, a truth that was both exhilarating and terrifying. As the thunder roared, the tension thickened like the humidity in the air. The story of the untouchable Huntress was at a pivotal moment, one that would intertwine her myth with the harsh realities of the world she fought to protect. The forest seemed to pulse with anticipation, waiting to see which path she would choose, and the echoes of the past reverberated through the trees, whispering that every legend is born from a story that requires both courage and compassion. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the sprawling fields where the whispers of ancient gods still lingered, like the fading echo of a hunter's horn. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, stood poised with her bow, her eyes fierce and resolute. She embodied a primal spirit, one that resonated with the heartbeat of the earth and the flutter of every creature that roamed its vast expanse. In her world, hunting was not merely a pursuit, but a sacred rite, a dance between life and death, predator and prey. Yet, in the age-old tradition of hunting, echoed in the shadows of her mythos, lay a tension that would ripple through time, begging questions of morality and the ethics surrounding the act itself. As night fell over the forest, a haunting stillness enveloped the trees, broken only by the distant call of a lone wolf. To hunt was to understand the rhythm of nature, to feel the pulse of the land, and to respect every creature that shared it. Yet, for centuries, this primal act had evolved, folding into layers of complexity that intertwined with humanity's growing consciousness. The thrill of the chase, once a means of survival, melded with the challenge of sport, and suddenly a new ethical dilemma emerged from the shadows. Was hunting an act of reverence or simply a game of power? In ancient Greece, Artemis was not just a guardian of wildlife. She was a fierce protector of the innocent. Her followers revered the natural order, believing that to take a life was to offer a prayer of gratitude. They hunted not for sport, but as part of a sacred balance. They understood that every arrow released was an echo of respect for the life sacrificed. Yet, as centuries flowed into one another, the hunters' motivations began to shift. The thrill of conquest began to overshadow the reverence once felt, and the ethics of hunting became a battlefield of its own, with hearts torn between tradition and modernity. The early 20th century brought a seismic shift in perspective. With the advent of conservation movements, a new generation began to see hunting through a different lens. Some viewed it as a means to manage wildlife populations, a crucial method to maintain the delicate balance of ecosystems. Yet others recoiled at the thought, horrified at the idea that slaughtering animals could ever be justified. The debate became a wrestling match of ideals, each side grappling for dominance. Was it ethical to hunt when extinction loomed on the horizon, when the voices of the ancestors cried out for protection? In the heart of this discourse simmered the legacy of Artemis. Her image stood firm in the minds of many, a reminder of the sacred bond between humanity and nature. Yet, as hunters donned camouflage and took aim, the question loomed large. Were they honoring her spirit or betraying it? This tension echoed in the discussions around campfires, a chorus of diverse opinions layered with emotion. Some spoke passionately about the need to control populations, to prevent overgrazing and starvation in the wild, while others mourned the loss of life in a way that felt all too personal. Each perspective was a thread in an intricate tapestry, weaving together the past and present in a way that made the heart ache. Then came the stories, the tales of the hunt that made one's skin prickle with emotion. A father, teaching his son the art of shooting, felt the weight of ancestral responsibility on his shoulders. Each lesson imparted was filled with reverence, an echo of generations past, but the boy's eyes sparkled with the thrill of the chase, his heart racing at the thought of conquest. The father's heart swelled with pride, yet a distant shadow nagged at him. Was he passing down a legacy of respect, or was he grooming a ruthless predator? The stories melded into one another, creating a rich tapestry of conflicting emotions and perspectives. A mother, raising her daughter in a world that often vilified hunters, recounted her own experiences with reverence, passing down the traditions that had sustained her family for generations. Yet the daughter, with her heart open wide to the world's injustices, struggled with the duality of her heritage. Could she honor her mother's legacy while advocating for the voiceless? In her heart, the battle raged, a conflict that mirrored the larger dilemma faced by so many. As the world around them changed, cities expanded, cultures clashed, and wildlife diminished, the ethical considerations of hunting shifted, morphing into something far more complex than the straightforward traditions of old. The air crackled with tension, heavy with unspoken words. The legacy of Artemis loomed large, a bittersweet reminder that the past was intricately woven into the present. The goddess of the hunt had become a symbol of the fight for balance, a representation of both the beauty and tragedy of life. In the twilight of this great debate, the hunters and the protectors stood at a crossroads, their paths intertwining like the branches of ancient trees. The age-old rituals and modern ethics collided, fueling a fire of passionate dialogue that would not be extinguished. With every heartbeat, the tension thickened, aching for resolution, yet thriving on the uncertainty that lingered. The essence of Artemis, the goddess who once ran wild through lush forests, now found herself at the center of a struggle, a symbol of the past caught in the throes of a rapidly changing world. This tale spun on, a continuous thread of conflicted emotions, lives interwoven with the haunting echoes of the hunt and the prayers of those who had come before. The questions lingered, heavy with significance. Would the spirit of Artemis guide humanity towards a new understanding, or would it be lost in the fray of progress? The answers hung tantalizingly in the air, waiting for the next voice to rise, the next story to unfold, and the next heartbeat to echo through the woods. In a quiet glade where the trees whispered secrets to the wind, a group of devoted followers gathered under the soft light of the waning moon, their breaths misted in the cold night air, each exhale a testament to their unwavering faith. In the center, a statue of Artemis stood tall, crafted from pale marble that glinted eerily in the silver glow. The goddess of the hunt, the protector of women and children, had once roamed the ancient world, her spirit woven into the very fabric of nature. Tonight, she would breathe again through the fervent hearts of those who believed. With a flick of a wrist, a young woman clad in flowing robes raised her arms, calling forth the goddess with an ancient chant, the syllables rich with history and emotion. As the words echoed through the trees, a hush fell over the gathering. Eyes closed, they surrendered to the rhythm of the chant, letting the sound wrap around them like a warm blanket. Each line was a thread weaving them closer to an ancestral past, a past where Artemis was not just a figure in a dusty textbook, but a vibrant living force. The worshippers were part of a growing movement, neo-paganism, a rebirth of ancient traditions that sought to reclaim the lost connections to the divine. They were not alone. Across the globe, others stirred in their own corners, igniting a revival that honored the earth, the moon, and the spirits that thrived within. Challenges arose as many sought to balance modern sensibilities with ancient practices, yet the essence remained pure. It was about finding the sacred in the mundane, infusing daily life with the reverence once afforded to the deities of old. As the rituals unfolded, the air thickened with emotion. A fire crackled nearby, casting flickering shadows on the faces of the devoted. Each worshipper was a patch in a tapestry of yearning, woven together by shared beliefs and a collective longing for connection. One man stepped forward, his voice trembling, as he recounted tales passed down through generations, stories of Artemis's fierce protection over those who sought her favor. In moments like these, time stood still, the past intertwined with the present, each echo a reminder of resilience and hope. They honored the phases of the moon, each cycle a chance to reflect and renew. The full moon was a time of celebration, a gathering to honor the bounty of life, while the new moon called for introspection and letting go of burdens that no longer served them. This dance between light and dark mirrored the journey of modern worshippers, an exploration of their own shadows, fears, and desires. In this sacred circle, vulnerability was embraced, and the goddess's presence became palpable. A woman, her eyes glistening, raised a small offering, a sprig of wildflowers, placing it delicately at the base of the statue. This act was more than symbolic. It was a bridge connecting her soul to the divine. In her heart, she felt the ancient pulse of Artemis, a reminder that she was part of something much larger. The spirit of the goddess filled the air, her essence swirling around like the autumn leaves caught in a gentle tempest. Each follower was drawn into their own reverie, the familiarity of the goddess stirring emotions long buried. Meanwhile, the voices of the past seeped through the cracks of their collective memory. Temples once dedicated to Artemis, like the grand sanctuary at Ephesus, stood testament to a time when worship was at its peak. Those sacred spaces had been alive with devotion. Filled with the scent of incense and the sound of prayer, they recalled the rituals that had invoked Artemis's blessings. Hunters offering their first catch, young girls pledging their lives to her service. As they recalled these histories, the flicker of the flame in the fire seemed to dance in agreement, as if the very spirit of Artemis was nodding in approval. But the shadows of history were not without their challenges. The rise of monotheistic faiths had pushed many pagan practices to the fringes, twisting the narratives that once celebrated the goddess into tales of her demise. Yet, in this modern era, the story was being rewritten. Those who worshipped Artemis sought to reclaim her narrative, to take back the power that had been stripped away. They were not merely reenacting rituals, they were breathing life back into a goddess whose name had been whispered in fear, now resonating with strength and empowerment. The night deepened, and with it, the intensity of their gathering grew. With a sudden burst, a figure stepped forth, wielding a bow made of twisted branches. It was a powerful symbol, representing not just the hunt, but the fight for autonomy and respect. As she drew back the string, the assembled crowd held their breath. In that moment, they were reminded that Artemis was not just a goddess of the hunt. She was a fierce protector, a champion of the marginalized, and a beacon of hope. As the arrow was released into the night sky, a collective gasp escaped their lips. It soared high, a streak of light against the dark canvas, a prayer sent forth. It was the culmination of their hopes and dreams, a signal to the universe that they were ready to reclaim their connection to the goddess. The moment hung in the air, charged with anticipation, pulsating with the energy of a movement that sought to honor the past while forging a new path. Eyes wide with wonder and hearts racing, the worshippers felt the pulse of Artemis resonating within them. They were a part of a lineage that stretched back through the ages, an unbroken chain of devotion that defied the ravages of time. And as the echoes of their chants mixed with the whispers of the trees, they understood that this was only the beginning. The goddess they revered would guide them, challenge them, and inspire them in the days to come. The fire crackled, sparks flying up into the darkness, each one a reminder that the flame of Artemis would never be extinguished. The forest whispered ancient tales, a symphony of rustling leaves and distant bird calls, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. Under this celestial canvas, Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, emerged from the shadows. With her bow slung across her shoulder and a quiver of arrows at her side, she stood as a fierce protector of nature. Her presence felt electric, as if the very air crackled with anticipation. In her eyes sparkled the reflections of pristine rivers and lush meadows, echoing the delicate balance of life she vowed to preserve. Artemis was not just a goddess of the hunt, she was a guardian of the wild. From the time of the ancients, tales of her fierce compassion for nature rippled through the ages. In Greece, where the mountains kissed the sky and the forests sang with the voices of countless creatures, people revered her, believing she listened to every whisper of the wind. When hunters ventured into the woods, they offered prayers to her, not only for success, but for the respect of the land. They understood her power was not just in the hunt, but in the protection of the fragile ecosystems that surrounded them. As the moon rose, bathing the world in silver light, Artemis walked through her domain, observing the harmony of life. A sudden rustle caught her attention. A fawn, timid and curious, peering out from behind a tree. With a gentle smile, she knelt down, her soft laughter mingling with the rustling leaves. She understood the delicate dance of existence, how each creature, from the smallest ant to the mightiest stag, played a role in the grand tapestry of life. Under her watchful eyes, the forest flourished, a sanctuary where every creature felt safe. Yet, the world outside this sanctuary was changing. The whispers of the forest turned to cries as the roar of chainsaws and the thud of falling trees shattered the tranquility. The balance began to wane, and Artemis felt the pulse of the earth quicken with fear. She could feel the pain of the trees being uprooted, the anguish of rivers choking on pollution. It was as if the very heartbeat of nature was being silenced, and her heart ached for the beauty that was disappearing. With each passing day, the plight of the environment became more urgent. The stories of her sacred woods were echoed in the voices of people who rallied for change, inspired by her legacy. They gathered under the moonlight, sharing their dreams of a greener world where the air was fresh and the waters clear. They painted murals of her image on crumbling walls, a symbol of hope against the backdrop of destruction. Her essence fueled their passion, igniting flames of activism that burned brightly across the globe. Amidst this backdrop of turmoil, the tales of Artemis took on new life. Young activists saw her not just as a myth, but as a call to defend the earth. They donned her emblem, the crescent moon, on their hearts as they marched through city streets, their voices rising in unison. "Protect the wild!" they shouted, their cries echoing off buildings that had long forgotten the songs of nature. They spoke of reforestation and clean oceans, the warmth of the sun on their skin, a reminder of what was at stake. Artemis was their guide, her spirit intertwining with their fervor, urging them forward in the battle against climate change. As the sun set on another day, a gathering of souls convened in a small clearing surrounded by ancient oaks. They lit candles, tiny flames flickering in the evening breeze, symbolizing their commitment to the earth. Stories flowed like honey, tales of resilience and hope, intertwined with the struggles faced. Each face, illuminated by the soft glow, bore witness to the spirit of Artemis, alive in their hearts. They spoke of the wolves returning to the mountains, of rivers running clean again, of the day when balance would be restored. But the shadows were long, and darkness loomed. Corporations driven by greed continued their relentless march, bulldozing forests to make way for concrete jungles. The cries of wildlife grew louder, echoing through the valleys, pleading for intervention. Artemis, sensing the despair, felt a surge of determination. Her arrows, once meant for game, now represented a fight for survival, each one a promise to defend her realm. In the midst of chaos, a rallying cry surged from the hearts of many. They took to the streets, wielding banners that danced in the wind, each one dedicated to the preservation of the earth. "For Artemis!" they shouted, their voices rising like a chorus from deep within. The fire in their hearts matched the fervor of the goddess herself, as they stood united against the forces threatening their beloved planet. With every small victory, the spirit of Artemis wrapped itself around them like a protective cloak. From community gardens blooming with life to local initiatives that championed sustainability, the world began to shift. It was as if the earth itself responded to their love, blossoming in response to their efforts. People built connections with nature, understanding that it was not something to be conquered, but rather something to be cherished and nurtured. But the battle was far from over. The landscape was still marred by scars of destruction, each one a reminder of what had been lost. Yet, as they looked to the stars, the collective memory of Artemis kindled hope. In her stories, they found strength, a reminder that the struggle was not futile. The goddess of the hunt became the goddess of preservation, a force for the good of the earth, and with her guidance, they vowed to continue the fight. As the moon rose high in the night sky, Artemis stood watch over the world she cherished. The sounds of the forest sang a lullaby, a promise of renewal. The echo of her footsteps could be heard in every movement, a reminder that her spirit lived on in every act of kindness towards the earth. With the passion of countless hearts aligned with her mission, the battle for the planet was just beginning. The fight for a brighter future burned bright, each moment a testament to the resilience of both humanity and nature, intertwined in a dance as old as time itself, forever reaching for the stars. In a world where the moon shone as brightly as the sun, a young huntress stood poised and unyielding, her bow taut and ready. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, the protector of the wild, was not merely a figure cloaked in myth. She was the embodiment of strength, independence, and empowerment. In the whispering winds of ancient forests, where the echoes of the past mingled with the rustling leaves, she sparked a fire in the hearts of women everywhere, igniting dreams and aspirations that would last for generations. As the first light of dawn broke, casting golden hues across the landscape, Artemis strode through the woods, surrounded by a cadre of strong, determined women, her fellow huntresses. Each one bore a heart filled with courage and a spirit unbreakable, defying the constraints of a patriarchal society that sought to silence their voices. They spoke not of submission but of strength, of taking control of their destinies. Here, among the trees, they were free. While the world beyond the forest often dismissed women as mere shadows of men, Artemis and her sisters defied that notion. They were warriors, skilled in the art of survival, their laughter ringing through the air like a melody that challenged the status quo. They hunted and gathered, not just for survival, but as a declaration of their power. Each arrow they released held the promise of autonomy, each successful hunt a testament to their capabilities. Their stories traveled through time, whispers on the lips of those who believed. In the bustling markets of ancient cities, tales of Artemis's bravery inspired women to rise, to claim their worth. Mothers told their daughters of the goddess who roamed the forests, unchained and unafraid. In candlelit homes, young girls dreamed of wielding bows and arrows, of navigating the world with the same fierce independence that Artemis embodied. The mere mention of her name sent ripples of hope through their hearts, a reminder that empowerment was not just a fleeting thought, it was a birthright. Yet the path of empowerment was fraught with challenges. Legends spoke of a time when Artemis had to confront not just beasts of the forest, but also the beasts of society, the expectations that sought to bind women in chains of conformity. In those moments of fierce confrontation, her spirit shone brightest, igniting a rebellion within others. When a hunter dared to belittle her skills, she did not falter. Her eyes, like twin moons reflecting the night sky, glimmered with resolve. With a swift motion, she proved her strength, striking not just at the heart of the target, but at the very heart of oppression. Each encounter, each battle, was layered with emotion, where the tensions surged like a charging bull. The air crackled with energy as Artemis stood before her opponents, commanding respect through her unwavering presence. The world watched in awe as she carved a space for women, where they could express their talents without fear or shame. It was more than physical prowess. It was an emotional awakening that spurred countless others to stand tall and embrace their own power. As the sun set and shadows danced across the earth, Artemis often retreated to her sacred glade, a sanctuary where she could reflect on her journey. Here, she listened to the whispers of the wind, the songs of the night creatures. The quiet moments were filled with contemplation, a contrast to the intensity of the day. She felt the weight of her responsibility. She was not only a goddess, but a beacon of hope for all women. It was a mantle she wore with grace, even when the burden sometimes felt heavy. In those stillness-laden nights, Artemis would gaze at the stars, connecting threads of destiny that intertwined all women. Each twinkle reminded her of a sister somewhere, fighting her own battles, forging her own path. The bond was palpable, a silent promise that they were not alone. Empowerment echoed in the silence, a powerful undercurrent pulling them together despite the distance. The moon, her eternal companion, illuminated the struggles faced by women throughout history. Tales of warriors and leaders, healers and scholars, each reflecting the spirit of Artemis. Her essence flowed through them, an unbreakable chain linking the past, present, and future. It was a legacy built on empowerment, a reminder that the fight for autonomy was a collective endeavor, each woman's strength contributing to a greater tapestry of resilience. The forests that cradled Artemis whispered secrets of old, of women who had come before, who had fought for their rightful place in the world. Their stories were woven into the very fabric of her being, fueling her drive to empower others. Every time she released an arrow, it wasn't just a tribute to her skill, it was a call to action for all those who dared to dream. And as the night deepened, the air thick with anticipation, something magical happened. A flicker of movement caught Artemis's eye, drawing her attention to the edge of the woods. There, a figure emerged, a young girl, her face alight with determination and hope. The girl held a bow, not much larger than her own frame, but in her heart lay a world of possibility. Her presence was a spark, igniting the very essence of what Artemis fought for. In that moment, the goddess felt a surge of emotion. She saw herself in this girl, innocent yet fierce, ready to challenge a world that might try to stifle her. As their eyes met, an unspoken understanding passed between them, a promise that the torch of empowerment would continue to be passed down through generations. Artemis smiled, feeling the weight of her legacy intertwine with the dreams of countless women yet to come, all touched by her indomitable spirit. The night held its breath as if the universe itself awaited the next chapter, where empowerment would not just be a concept but a pulsating reality, echoing through time. The story of Artemis was far from over. It was merely unfolding, with each heartbeat intertwining the past with the future. The moon hung low and full over the ancient forest, casting silver shadows that danced among the trees. As night cloaked the world, the whispers of the wind carried tales of a goddess whose spirit resonated in every rustling leaf and rippling stream. Artemis, the fierce huntress, stood as a beacon of independence and strength. Yet, enveloped within her myths lay a complexity that struck at the very core of what it meant to be untouched, a symbol of virginity that stirred both admiration and fear. In a world where women were often defined by their relationships to men, Artemis shattered those confines. She roamed the wild, her bow slung over her shoulder, her hair flowing freely in the breeze. To the people of ancient Greece, she was not merely a goddess. She was an ideal, an embodiment of freedom and autonomy. Yet, as fierce as her spirit was, the narrative surrounding her virginity was tangled in paradoxes, emotions, and expectations that stretched far beyond the forest she inhabited. One could hear the rustle of leaves as the stories unfolded, each one as unique and captivating as the goddess herself. While some celebrated her virginity as a badge of honor, others whispered tales of longing and desire, as if to suggest that her purity was a treasure too precious to remain untouched. Men, driven by their own cultural constructs, often sought to claim her, yet Artemis evaded them all, a swift shadow beneath the moonlight. Amidst the echoes of laughter and cries for hunt, there lingered a tension. The very essence of virginity, often seen as a shield, became a source of conflict. For every hunter who idolized her independence, there was another who believed that to possess her would elevate his own status. The tales spun like spider silk, intricate and delicate, always teetering on the edge of fragility. Artemis, in her fierce autonomy, represented something that society could not easily grasp. She was both a goddess and a mirror reflecting its deepest fears and desires. In the shadows of her sanctuary, she encountered heartache masked as devotion. A mortal named Actaeon, a noble hunter, stumbled upon Artemis as she bathed in the crystal-clear waters of a secluded pool. His eyes, wide with awe, met hers, and in that moment, the forest paused. The air thickened with tension, a breath held in anticipation. The goddess, enraged by his intrusion, transformed him into a stag, and his own hounds turned against him. A tragic end for a fleeting glance. Here, the very nature of virginity became a weapon, a sanctity that was both revered and feared, a boundary that, when crossed, brought disastrous consequences. Stories of Artemis did not end there. The tale of her twin brother Apollo brought forth another layer of complexity. He too was a god of strength and desire, yet their differing perspectives on love and purity created a chasm between them. Apollo, with his golden lyre and charms, represented the pull of earthly desires that often ensnared mortals and gods alike. In contrast, Artemis stood firm, a fortress against the chaos of passion that threatened to unravel her sacred vow. Their sibling dynamic was a dance of contrasts. While Apollo sought to conquer and possess, Artemis sought to protect and preserve. As whispers of her strength spread across the lands, the goddess became the patroness of young women, a symbol of protection against unwanted advances. Festivals in her honor erupted in villages, where girls would honor their own transitions into womanhood by invoking her name. They danced under the stars, their hearts beating in rhythm with the wild, celebrating the freedom that came with pledging their allegiance to the Huntress. Yet within those joyous moments lay an undercurrent of tension. The pressure to remain untouched often loomed large. What if someone strayed too far or fell in love and lost their way? The fear of losing their worth became palpable, a haunting reminder of how the world viewed them. Amidst the celebrations, Artemis remained a sentinel, her presence both comforting and intimidating. The stories of her fierce protection resonated deeply with the women who sought her blessing. But did that protection come at a price? To remain untouched was to be revered, but it could also mean isolation. The delicate thread of virginity wove through their lives, creating bonds of sisterhood, yet leaving shadows of loneliness. They looked to Artemis, seeking strength in her vow, but also questioning their own. Was there freedom in her embrace, or was there a prison within her purity? As the night deepened, the world around the goddess pulsed with life. The moonlight flickered through the branches, illuminating the faces of those who revered her. Each flicker seemed to hold a story, a memory, and with every glance cast towards the stars, the tension grew. Would they ever fully grasp the implications of her virginity? Would they understand that it was not merely a symbol, but a complex tapestry woven with the threads of expectations, desires, and fears? In the depths of the forest, the myth of Artemis continued to echo, a tale of a goddess who defied conventions yet became a symbol of them. The complexity of her virginity painted a portrait rich with emotion and tension, each stroke of the brush revealing more than mere independence. It was an exploration of identity, a reflection on the struggles of womanhood and the society that dictated their worth. The moon waned, casting a softer glow, yet the tales of Artemis did not fade. They lingered in the hearts of those who believed in her strength, a timeless reminder of the intricate nature of virginity woven through her myths. In that sacred forest, where shadows danced with light and whispers of longing mingled with the wild, the truth remained elusive, swirling like the mist around her. The stories would continue, like the endless cycle of the moon, each chapter flowing seamlessly into the next, a continuous thread of emotion and tension yet to be explored. In the dim light of a moonlit forest, where shadows dance among ancient trees, the air is thick with a sense of reverence. A lone figure stands, gazing up at the luminous orb above, and in that moment, she feels a connection that transcends time. This is not just any moon. It is the realm of Artemis, goddess of the hunt, protector of the wild, and a symbol of independence and strength. But her influence reaches far beyond the contours of Greece, echoing through cultures and centuries, drawing those who seek her power into a story that weaves through the fabric of human existence. As the wind whispers through the leaves, tales from distant lands begin to unfurl, stories of women who embraced their autonomy and strength, inspired by the very essence of Artemis. In the sacred groves of the ancient Celts, her spirit thrived, known as the Huntress, known as Bridget. She was revered as a goddess of fertility, poetry, and healing. In the flickering light of sacred fires, followers chanted her name, invoking her blessings, and, like Artemis, Bridget was a protector of the wild expanses, a sisterhood of fierce women who mirrored the Huntress's resolve. Across the ocean, in the Americas, the echoes of Artemis continued to resonate. The indigenous tribes, with their deep connection to nature, spoke of a spirit called the Moon Woman, a figure who guided them under the night sky. They honored her by gathering during the full moon, sharing stories of their ancestors, and celebrating their bond with the earth. She was a beacon of hope, reminding them of their strength and unity, a reminder that the hunt for sustenance is sacred as the stars that twinkled above. In Asia, the influence of Artemis transformed yet again. The goddess became known as Diana, revered in Roman culture, but with roots stretching deep into the traditions of the East. In Japan, the moon goddess Tsukuyomi emerged, embodying the same fierce independence and protective spirit as Artemis. She was celebrated in festivals where women would dance in the moonlight, honoring their connection to the cycles of nature and the strength they found within themselves. Even in the vast landscapes of Africa, Artemis arrived through whispers of her legend. The Sand People, with their rich tapestry of stories, told of a moon goddess who roamed the savannas, guiding hunters and nurturing communities. Women gathered at twilight, sharing tales of bravery and wisdom, embodying the spirit of Artemis in their pursuit of life and sustenance. Her influence coursed through their veins, a reminder that they were never alone in their journeys. From the icy realms of the north to the sun-soaked sands of the south, Artemis's essence found a way to leave her mark. In the Norse traditions, she became associated with the goddess Skadi, a fierce huntress who rode through the snow with unwavering courage. Women looked to her for strength in adversity, finding empowerment in the stories of her hunts and triumphs. In Greece, the sacred rituals honoring Artemis were vibrant and full of life. Young girls, known as the Ariphoroi, were chosen to serve her, symbolizing innocence and beauty, but also an awakening to the power within. They danced and sang, their voices rising to the heavens, a chorus of hope and joy that echoed through the valleys. Artemis was not merely a goddess, she was a force of nature, a reminder of the wild spirit that lies within every woman. Yet, as history marched on, the world changed, and the presence of Artemis began to fade in the face of emerging patriarchal societies. Yet still, in the silent corners of temples and the depths of old forests, her spirit lingered. Women around the world continued to reclaim their narratives, drawing strength from her story, writing their own myths in defiance of limitations placed upon them. In modern times, the resurgence of feminist movements has paved the way for a renaissance of Artemis's spirit. Women across the globe, from every walk of life, have taken her lessons to heart. They hunt not for physical prey, but for justice, equality, and their rightful place in society. In boardrooms, on stages, and in classrooms, they wield the bow of knowledge and the arrows of determination, channeling the fierce energy of the Huntress. Art and literature have also embraced her legacy. Painters capture her likeness in breathtaking scenes, while authors craft tales that breathe new life into her mythos. In every brushstroke and word, the emotions swell, and the stories of courage and resilience pour forth. Artemis becomes a voice, a guiding light, and a symbol of liberation that knows no bounds. As twilight descends upon the modern world, the whispers of Artemis weave through the fabric of humanity. She is not simply a relic of ancient tales. She is alive in the hearts of those who dare to dream and fight for their place under the stars. The influence of Artemis, once confined to the pages of history, now ripples across the globe, igniting a fire in the souls of those yearning for connection and empowerment. And as the moon hangs high, casting a silvery glow over the land, the spirit of Artemis remains, a beacon of hope, a reminder of the wildness that lies in every heart. The stories continue to be written, the myths evolve, and the influence of the Huntress endures, transcending cultures, generations, and time itself. The night is still young, and the hunt has only just begun. The moon hung high, casting a silver glow over the ancient forest, where shadows danced between the trees. There, a silhouette moved with the grace of a whisper, Artemis, the Huntress, draped in a tunic of woven leaves and wildflowers. Her bow, crafted from the strongest yew, gleamed like a star in the night, and her quiver, filled with arrows as precise as her aim, rested against her back. She was not just a goddess, she was an embodiment of strength, independence, and the fierce spirit of nature. Centuries passed, yet Artemis remained unyielding, a timeless icon who resonated deeply with those who yearned for freedom. The world around her changed, societies rose and fell, beliefs morphed like the seasons, but the essence of the Huntress endured. In the tales of old, she roamed the forests of Greece, her laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves, a melody of liberation that echoed even in the hearts of those far removed from her sacred woods. Each footfall whispered of her adventures, each arrow loosed sang of her defiance against the constraints of gender and expectation. In a time when women were often relegated to the shadows, Artemis stood as a beacon of strength. She was the protector of the vulnerable, the guardian of the wild, a fierce reminder that power dwelled not only in the hands of kings. As she hunted, she embodied the spirit of the untamed, untouched by society's demands. Cries of the wounded stag and the rush of the breeze formed a symphony that reverberated through the ages, a reminder that the true essence of life lay in the balance of strength and vulnerability, pursuit and protection. Her story wove through the fabric of history, whispered among the generations. Ancient temples built in her honor stood firm against the tide of time, their stone walls a testament to the reverence held for her. Women would gather there, lighting candles and offering prayers, seeking her guidance, her fierce energy. In those sacred places, they found a reflection of their own strength, a spark igniting the flames of independence. The stories told around flickering fires kept her spirit alive, each recounting, adding layers to her identity. A goddess, a protector, a rebel, but the Huntress was not without her trials. A relentless pursuit of independence also meant a life of solitude, a choice she made willingly. As she roamed the wilds, Artemis became a symbol of the woman who defies societal norms, who chooses her own path. The echoes of her laughter filled the empty spaces, left by those who never dared to be free. The hunt was not merely for game, it was a metaphor for life itself, for the courage needed to chase what is true and meaningful. With every arrow she loosed, she struck against the limitations of her time, her unyielding spirit an inspiration for those who felt confined by expectations. In cities long forgotten, where the dust of history mingled with the dreams of the living, the image of Artemis transformed. Artists painted her not only as a goddess of the hunt, but as a fierce warrior, armor gleaming, eyes ablaze with determination. Statues rose in her honor, carved from marble to capture her essence, each chiseled line reflecting strength, grace, and an indomitable spirit. She became an emblem for women who fought for their voice, their rights, their very existence in a world that often sought to silence them. As time marched on into the modern age, Artemis's influence spread far beyond the ancient realms. Feminist movements took her likeness as their banner, rallying cries echoing her name. They found in her a symbol of resistance, a figure who defied the very structures meant to confine. The Huntress taught them that the act of reclaiming one's own narrative was akin to hunting, an art of balance and precision. Each protest, each gathering bore the essence of her spirit, unapologetic, fierce, and unwaveringly brave. In contemporary culture, Artemis continued to inspire new generations. Books filled with her stories captured the imagination of readers. Films portrayed her as a warrior, ready to protect the vulnerable. She became a bridge between the past and present, a reminder that the struggles of women were not confined to history, but were alive and resonating today. Young girls, filled with dreams and ambitions, found solace in her tales, believing that they too could wield their own bows and carve their paths through the wilderness of life. Through the lens of art and storytelling, her legacy thrived. Artists, sculptors, and writers breathed new life into her narrative, each interpretation colored by the perspectives of the ages. And as the world continued to evolve, the spirit of Artemis remained a constant, a reminder of the power that lay within the human heart, a call to reignite that primal force, to embrace the wildness that dwelled within. The whisper of the wind through the trees carried her name, as if the forest itself held its breath in reverence. The very act of remembrance became an act of rebellion, a way for those who felt unheard to rise as one. In the quiet moments of reflection, when night fell and stars dotted the sky, it was possible to feel her presence, to sense the stirring of something profound and eternal. Artemis, the Huntress, lived on, a timeless icon whose relevance echoed through the ages, beckoning all who dared to listen to the call of the wild within themselves. With each heartbeat, the story of Artemis unfolded, a tapestry woven with threads of strength, independence, and resilience. Just as the moon waxed and waned, her legend morphed and grew, a glowing reminder that the hunt for freedom and identity would continue endlessly, each arrow released into the night sky, a promise that the spirit of the huntress would never fade. And so the tale persisted, an unbroken circle of inspiration and defiance, waiting for the next brave soul to step into the light.